out in your town. Don't trip, nigga, it goes down. And when you see me in all blue, you gon' frown. But I'm bridging the gap, I'm rigid with rap. Money or respect, bitch, I'd rather have the digits than that. So give me the house. Do you want the meat or the scrap? Come on, put heat on my naps. And now my hair looks sweet on my lap. Cause it's the same thing, trying to kill the gangbang. Set examples for the kids on how to maintain. Never be a lame brain. Y'all ain't gotta feel the same pain that put a nigga like me on the mainframe. Bow down, bag up, nigga, I'm hot now. And don't try to resuscitate me when I'm shot down. Just call my homie Theo on the radio and let him know his little homie Quickster had to go because gangsta, gangsta, that's what they yelling. But niggas do dirt, get caught and start telling. Talking to you G's with no heart. We was throwing and running from bullets before gangsta rapping wasn't art, nigga. So don't test your bulletproof vest, cause real niggas do real things up under stress. That's from the CPT, Young G with Heart 2. Oh, we still party, but now it's part 2. And I don't wanna party with you. Hell no, cause bitch, you scare me. You're 20 years old with 3 kids, 7 tattoos, you're bald, but your legs are hairy. I don't wanna party with you. Hell no. You need to put some lotion on, cause your skin is peeling around them bullet wounds on your back. You're fat, plus you're abortion prone. I'd rather be a young exec than the puppet on the other end, dangling by a noose on his neck. They can't handle me, cause I'm where the will be an underground nigga on Ariston. Now there is the family that I'ma roll with, take control with, have a ball, break bread, and share the soul with. Even though I'm thirsty for money in the worst way, I ain't gonna cry if I don't go platinum on the first day. Watch me get my hustle.
How's it going, Chad? It's Tuesday.
Y'all got papers, but I got
You already know it's Tuesday. How's it going? I lost my mom. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Glorp is here. Everyone's here. Glorp's here. Everyone is here. Chad is. How we doing? It's Tuesday. Pissers be pissing on a Tuesday.
Pissers be pissing on Tuesday.
XX Jukebox. I'm sorry, Juicebox. Thank you for the 6 months. Holy shit, thank you. If Lex was here, the whole gang would be here. She's coming back soon. She'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, but she'll be here. That's all that matters to me. How do bits work? I don't know. I can't give bits to myself, so I can't ever test them. It's kind of stupid. I would love to be able to test how my bits work, but I can't.
Leighton New Glorp just dropped.
Listen, what's next?
Basic
Okay,
introduction
and then we
is
also
really-
have...
Don't be rude.
We also have more Project 2025 training tapes to get through. On God, chat, we will become certified. We will become Project 2025 certified if it kills me. I will learn. I will obtain my certificate. Can we do politics all day? I mean, I'll do what I can. Eventually, I just run out of stuff to cover. If you notice, if you watch news all day, they repeat the stories like 3 or 4 times sometimes. There's only so much news happening in a day in a given day. I can only mention so much stuff. And besides, I mean, Hassan definitely does like more political coverage than me because he talks about a lot more specific stuff, but he also watches a lot more coverage than I do on stream. I watch a lot of stuff off of stream as well, but he watches so much liberal coverage, it would just like melt my brain. If I had to give coverage over liberals, like on MSNBC that often. My friend is defending liberal democracy. And is it both sides, motherfucker? I'm losing my mind. He thinks he's so enlightened. Every both sides, motherfucker. I mean, Hassan's been doing it for 10 years, and he's also been doing it professionally, and I just sit here and smoke. So, I wouldn't exactly compare us. But yeah, every centrist thinks they're enlightened. Every centrist is just on the verge of having understood for themselves for the very first time that you can have 2 different sides, and sometimes they're both crazy. They haven't like read any books or anything or like done any actual political research. They've just like made that realization to themselves, and now I think they underestimate that anyone else has ever thought about that before. Fake socialist time. Yeah, I will be a fake socialist when I start playing Star Wars Outlaws. Oh, this is good. I'll bring this up as well. Dude, fucking Cat Abu doing the work. I swear. Mother Jones contributor Cat Abu. I asked Ro Khanna why voters should believe Kamala Harris will handle the war in Israel differently. The war in Israel. Differently from Joe Biden. His answer, she needs to earn their votes publicly by breaking from Biden's policies. It is X.com, the everything app, so I don't know if she's trying to put like genocide straight up in her video title and get it completely snuffed out. But
last week, I interviewed Congressman Ro Khanna at the DNC convention. My big question for him
Hassan also interviewed Ro Khanna.
Was why Arab, Muslim, and anti-war voters should believe Kamala
This is
Harris
horrible,
will treat the
really?
Israel-Hamas war and Netanyahu any differently from Joe Biden. I want to share his answer because
Let's
it
try to be
surprised
charitable.
me. And I wish more politicians, including progressive ones, would speak this honestly, even if it means going against the party line during its own convention. Here it is.
The Israel-Hamas war has been a wedge issue for the Democratic Party, and Joe Biden has been insistent on delivering tens of billions of dollars to Israel. You were one of the few Democrats that voted against it,
I'm
condemning.
very proud of that vote.
Why should Arab Americans, Muslims, or general uncommitted voters believe Kamala Harris will do something different?
But she needs to articulate a change in policy. Look, regardless of where you stand on the issue, it's been failure. We've had 11 months. 40,000 plus people have died in Gaza. The Israeli hostages are still not home. There are people who are still having rockets hit them because of Hezbollah in Israel. There's a potential of war in Lebanon. There's a potential of war with Iran. This has been a disaster.
I mean, yeah, all because of Benjamin Netanyahu. It's so fucking infuriating. Even Ro Khanna, who's like saying about as progressive or about as fucking based in reality as any liberal is on Gaza right now. Ro Khanna even is just completely missing this huge factor that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli parliament full of his Likud party want multiple front wars. They want it. That's why they're attacking. It's like it's again. It's theater. It's La la la. I don't know what's going on in Israel. It's just like crazy and sad. It's war. Like no actual material conditions are even on the fucking radar of modern liberals. It's so fucking frustrating. We need a new direction. Just fucking blame it on Netanyahu. Do the liberal Zionism. I'm begging America to do liberal Zionism right now. This is so upsetting. Because it's at least better than ultra Zionism. Wait, what? Oh, God. Libs of TikTok is crashing out. So much joy.
How you feeling? Come here. How you feeling? You good?
Yes, we're excited. There's energy out there. I keep using the word joy. We're feeling it. The country's feeling it.
How you feeling?
Joy. Strength Through Joy was a German NASDAQ-operated leisure organization in Nazi Germany. It was part of the German Labor Front. Yeah, that's what he means by joy, libs of TikTok. That's what he means by joy. Another 10 billion to Israel, by the way. But they're also Nazis. Like, whatever, dude. You just can't... And then, of course, literally... What is this, dude? Professional racist. Democrats are secretly based. I hate Twitter. Hey, Elon Musk, do you know why Pepsi Cola won't put a fucking ad on that? Do you know? There's a reason. There is a reason for sure. She posted 14. Well, Chaya Raichik is a Nazi. Let's not make any fucking mistakes on that. Chaya Raichik is an absolute fucking open fascist. She's a freak. She's an actual... she's a literal terrorist. She's harassed and doxed people for fucking Twitter posts. Like, that is literally what she does for a living. It is genuinely fucking heinous. It is such an example of how precisely Twitter has crumbled to fascism and Nazis, actual open Nazis. Like, yeah, bomb threats on children's hospitals. That's what her content did. Directly. And schools, and libraries, and fucking gender care facilities. You fucking name it. Wild that libs of TikTok can exist, but college students protesting a genocide of the real terrorists. Dude, fucking college students blocking traffic. Conservatives will be like, yeah, I'll fucking kill you if you block traffic. If you make me late to work, I'll dome you. When an actual genocide is happening, but libs of TikTok can just go harass fucking hourly Home Depot workers because they said they wish the Donald Trump assassin didn't miss. That fucking deranged Nazi pasty fuck. Probably a libs of TikTok fan. If we're being honest. I mean, her content gets spread through every fucking right-wing YouTuber. Every single one uses her fucking videos to make their fucking woke TikTok compilations. It's insane. I remember that interview with Taylor Lorenz where she asked how she felt as a Jewish woman on the Nazi pedophile website. Yeah, I know. It's only gotten worse since then. I fucking hate libs of TikTok. I hope she gets what's coming to her. I really do. I really, really do. Like, I will believe in God the day that Chaya Raichik faces actual justice.
Kamala Harris has to articulate that new direction, has to articulate how she's going to put pressure not just on Hamas, but also on Netanyahu, how she's going to end the war, how she's going to end the suffering. And until she does that, people have a right to ask questions. And she owes people that answer to be able to get their votes.
I mean, I agree. It's just it's still such a pussy line. I mean, I feel like the Democratic Party pushed out Ro Khanna. They're like, okay, go talk to the progressives that we invited at the DNC. Go talk to Hassan. Go talk to Kat Abu. Like, go talk to Mother Jones. Go talk to Zateo. Go talk to Ryan Grimm. I don't know if you talked to Ryan Grimm, but still. You know what I mean? Like, all the guys that they invited, that they know are progressive, that they know have tough questions, they trotted out Ro Khanna to be like, okay, don't even hit the liberal Zionism line. Still be like ultra Zionist, unconditional Zionist, but be like, you know, we got to like change tactics. Do you think she will ever face criminal charges for doxing, harassment, and lies she spread to innocent people? Or does she have too many connections for that to happen? She doesn't have any connections. That's the funny part. Like, people who are fans of her don't like her particularly. Even Elon is like, you post too much about, like, transgender or whatever. Or no, he said that to J.K. Rowling. Never mind. I take that back. He loves Chaya Raichik. I got them confused. I got Chaya Raichik and J.K. Rowling confused, chat. Because they're both the extraordinary posters. They're both Twitter addicted. That's what it is. They're both addicted to social media. White women. Didn't Ron DeSantis place her in a position of power in Florida? No. The Oklahoma, she lives in New York. Or she might live in Florida now, but the Oklahoma school superintendent, I believe, school district superintendent, put her in charge of a book banning, like, assessment squad. Some, like, stupid fucking meetings and emails type fake job, but, you know, it is a job. Insane. Ryan Walters, he's also a Nazi, by the way. Fucking freak, bro. Oklahoma Capitol rally demands impeachment of state superintendent. Badass. Based. People, dude. Oh, come on, Tulsa World. Enjoy Tulsa World. Dude. The middle-aged moms are out in force, dude. I mean, Rowling did some Holocaust denial, if you remember. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. She did straight-up Holocaust denial. By saying Nazis didn't do book burnings of trans literature, trans research, when they did. They literally raided, like,
been too impressed with our capital.
a very specific, like, educational institute for sex in general. It was the first book burning. Well, there you go. Yeah, she called it a fever dream. Imagine calling the facts of history a fever dream. Anyway. Ew! As state superintendent, I will ban critical race theory, protect women's sports, and fight for school choice so that all children have access to quality education. Hell yeah, bro. Oh my god. We've got plans. Dude, the Republican Party is so, like, openly evil. I love it. Dude, how do I turn this off? Get this Explore tab away from here. Shrek joins Power Wash Simulator? The fuck? Get out of here, bro. What? Good evening to everyone, especially to the winners. Ew. This is such a nasty picture. So cursed. I hate critical race theory in school. Teach me how to oil my gun. This guy's such a freak. I hate him so much. Anyway. That was a tangent. Rancid vibes. He's been doing this every day for over a year? Who, this guy?
This is day 428 of carving a baby Goku for Ryan Reynolds until he DMs me asking for one. I did some of this one on a live.
I can't even, like, comprehend how many people are probably doing stuff like this, like the until they notice, that has just never gone anywhere and they're still doing it. Sisyphusian, really. A Greek tragedy. Baby Goku for Ryan Reynolds until he DMs me asking for one. That's insane. This is a bad idea. He's not gonna DM you.
20A of carving a baby Goku for Ryan Reynolds until he DMs me asking for one. I did some of this one on a live stream, and a lot of people joined the stream very confused as to what was going on. And that's fair enough. If you're new here, I'll explain. Basically, I make baby Gokus on wood until Ryan Reynolds DMs me and buys one. I want to sell one to him. And because he's rich, I could probably sell it to him for maybe like 10 grand or something. I don't know. The idea is just to kind of retire on the profits I make from Ryan Reynolds. So please tag
No, you're
Ryan
right.
Reynolds.
It's smart.
Here's my most recent one. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, maybe he'll like one of them so much he pays $10,000. That's a good plan. I didn't think about it like that.
Y'all haters corny with that Illuminati mess.
He got her. Dude, he's literally capturing people like Pokemon.
I'm so reckless when I rock this Givenchy dress, period. Yes.
Hi.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you.
Well, yes.
Who is that guy?
That was sick. He just found her.
Y'all haters corny with that Illuminati mess. Paparazzi catch my fly.
The devil works hard, but Harry Daniels works harder. That's so awesome.
But I think this population is going to be key in Wisconsin. It's going to be key in Michigan. It's going to be key in Pennsylvania, in the swing states. And so what Kamala Harris has to do is what Hubert Humphrey did in Vietnam with the Vietnam War. He broke from Johnson as vice president. He did that in October. That was too late. If he had done it in September, he would have won. She needs to do that after this convention.
Break away from Biden. That's the advice of Ro Khanna. And I agree. Drop him.
Charles is setting the record straight and defending his military service, announcing that he has killed before and he will kill again. The vice presidential hopeful made it clear to political opponents accusing him of stolen valor that he has, quote, spilled the blood of his enemies 10,000 times over and will continue to slaughter all adversaries until his hands are permanently stained with death and victory. Share this video if you think the next vice president should know what it feels like to watch the last moments fade from a frightened man's eyes.
I ran away scared. He's ruthless, dude. Raging demon. Xiao Hongshu. You haven't even seen his demon form yet. Wall's demon form. That was the Onion, chat. It's not real. Yeah, he will bring Chaya Raichik to justice. They've put JD Vance in the box, chat. He talks economy and manufacturing in Michigan, and they put him in the little box. So nobody gets him. Nobody cares about this bozo. Nobody knows it. Dude, nobody knows enough about JD Vance to want to kill him. You know what I mean? Nobody cares. They should seal the box on the top and then not put any air holes in it. Or maybe do put some air holes in it and then pick up the whole box and then drop it in the river. Then you could put air holes in it so he could breathe at the bottom of the river.
About it, but what really happened?
If he got shot, people wouldn't care. Yeah, people would just kind of leave. Like when the power goes out at like a movie. You're just like, oh damn, maybe I'll get an email later and I got refunded. I'll call.
What really happened is this. The Harris administration
Dude, the audio's fucked.
That more than a quarter of all the jobs that had supposedly been created last year
were
actually fake. They never existed.
Over a quarter. It was 10%.
To the job numbers.
It was 800,000 out of 8 million. 10% is a lot. But that's not over a quarter. I think. I'm not good at math.
Since the financial crisis back in 2008, 2009. In other words, what it means is they are cooking the books to hide how bad the economy really is under Kamala Harris. I promise you this. On November 5th, there is one job that is definitely going to vanish, and that is when we tell Kamala Harris, you are fired.
Oh, he did it. He said it. You're fired. I cannot believe we caught one of the first times of Donald Trump actually hitting that line, and he fucked it up. I really wish the media was like serious in America, because they would actually hit him on that. And they should. That's hilarious. He fucked up. He fucked it up the first time. He really tried to like do this whole new thing, and he said, "You're fired. Get out of here." He is in a little glass box, yeah. They trapped him.
And send her back to San Francisco.
Deport her.
Now,
and now he's smoking. I like how many Star Wars themed. Okay, it's just Anakin's like shoulder, whatever. I love how many Star Wars themed little redeemables we have on this stream.
now y'all are fired up, and it's hot out here. Kamala Harris, she needs a rock star to get a crowd like this. We just come out here because we're patriots and we want to save this country.
A rock star? They're fired up.
Now, Kamala, I don't know if you noticed, if you paid attention to the news lately, Kamala has decided that the American people don't like her policies, and she's exactly right about that.
What? She's
Just
decided.
take one, immigration. Kamala Harris, remember, she's suspended deportation.
Yeah, was she talking about Megan Thee Stallion? She needs rock stars. Yeah, it's probably hot as fuck in Michigan today. This morning. Or no, was this yesterday? No, it's today. This afternoon. Hopefully one day the Star Wars community won't be so damn right-wing and hate everything. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of why I'm excited to play the new one. I don't think any of those idiots are going to, like, play enough of it to, like, complain. Maybe they will. But, like, I feel like it's for me now. I get to play this new Star Wars game that nobody cares about except me. And that's cool. I'm fine with that. I'll have fun. It's so glitchy, but the glitches are funny. I know, that's what I care about. The Star Wars glitches gotta be funny. And if they're funny, it'll be fun. Outlaws is an above average game. Dude, I just want to shoot stormtroopers with a gun and fly around. There's literally no game where you do that. No modern game where you do that as like a story. Except like Battlefront 2. The EA one. Ever tried Lego Star Wars? Yeah, I guess true. I guess I hadn't thought about that. Well, what pissed me off about Lego Star Wars is it's like, why is this Lego Star Wars game more fleshed out than any actual Star Wars like adventure game we've ever had ever? Why can you go to more planets in this game than any other Star Wars game? This is stupid. It's so annoying. Why can't we have a Star Wars game that's like that but real? And that's why I like the Outlaws one. Because you could just go around and shoot and do fun little side quests. That's what you do in Lego Star Wars in the new one. Because TT Games is actually a competent game studio. I mean, yeah, for the most part. What's the studio that made Outlaws?
Deportations on day one. She stopped Donald Trump's remain in Mexico policy.
People are already playing it because if you bought the like super special ultra mega edition, you can play it early or whatever. Who made it? Massive. What else do they make? Oh, they make The Division, and they made that weird Avatar game. That's really funny. Yeah, they're Swedish. I'm sorry, Europeans aren't good at making games. They're not like They're good at making really mediocre games. If you notice, all the most mediocre games are European. It's true. Think about it. They play FIFA over there. Their bar is just lower. Not true. It is, bro. It is. Minecraft, that's an exception. That's literally the one exception. Cyberpunk? Witcher? Don't even talk to me about those games. Don't even talk to me about those games. You don't want to hear me. You don't want to hear me talk about that. Disco Elysium's right there. Okay, that doesn't count. That's another exception. Everything else is FIFA. Well, Baldur's Gate 3, that doesn't count. Listen, I'm just saying. Minecraft doesn't count. Everything else is FIFA. I don't talk about The Witcher. I hate The Witcher. I'll be honest. I hate The Witcher. I also think Cyberpunk was really fucking boring. I bought it. I played it. I thought it was boring as fuck. I thought the writing was stupid. I hated V. Fortnite. Dishonored, Disco Elysium, Baldgate. Dishonored. What is that studio? Is that European? Alright, whatever. Listen, Ubisoft is European. That's my point. Ubisoft is French. I guess that's the difference. Ubisoft is French. Arcane, yeah. Oui. I guess that's the key difference. I loved Cyberpunk. I loved it when it was funnier. And then Ubisoft Montreal yucky. Yeah, I mean they're extra French. They're like so French. They're like neo-French, like future French. French Canadian games suck ass. Don't they make most of the Assassin's Creeds? Or is that the main Ubisoft
Don't be
studio?
rude.
I don't even know how Ubisoft is organized anymore. They've like butchered their entire organization. Sorry, Chad, I got distracted talking about video games instead of JD Vance. I was just so bored already with JD Vance that I wanted to talk about video games. Wait, Skull and Bones, dude. Quadruple A Gaming. They made that. Ubisoft did. Ubisoft scammed me? Yeah, they scammed the world. The Walking Dead Destinies. Dude, I've played that whole game. I played that game to completion for a Wizard video and I still haven't edited it. I wasted so much time. I finished the whole thing. It was such a mistake. I don't know why. Like some of the last levels were like they took fucking forever. But I actually don't even hate. I don't even hate Walking Dead Destinies. I think that game's kind of funny. Yeah, I still have to edit it. I will. It's funny. The Walking Dead Destiny is like a really funny game. Hawk Tua teases non-binary announcement. This is Pooh Crave. This is not real. I'm finna announce something non-binary soon. Okay. Thank you, Hawk Tua. Watch it. Oh yeah.
Who the hell is this? Missy, you got about 5 seconds to tell me who you are. What the hell?
Like, God, the voice acting is so funny too. The cutscenes are not animated. I remember this. You desensitize to it really quickly because it is like based on a comic book. So it's like in my head, I'm like, okay, whatever. But like, it does kind of look like JD Vance. You're right, and sound like him. I love the idea that just because it's in Unreal 5 or whatever, it has like lighting. That means it's good graphics.
Hell you're doing with that gear and how you found this place. Or you can just tell it to your new friends over there.
Guy with the crossbow. He told me which direction it was in. Said it was a straight shot.
Where is he?
Taken. By the same son of a bitch who's after me.
I couldn't even open like the gate.
There's a town.
Or animate
Woodbury.
the gate.
About 75
Oh
survivors.
yeah, there's like weird
Your
canon
man
shit
was taken
too.
there.
That's the thing. The idea for this game is not bad. It's not bad at all. Where you like play through the Walking Dead story, but it's like still choice based, and you have like different people that end up with you. That's a great idea. And the people actually represent like upgrade trees, which is it's like, dude, there's like so many good ideas in this horrible fucking game. It's like, wow, you actually had like some lead designers that actually had like ideas. No idea how to execute them, or at least no ability to, whether it was a budget, timing, whatever, competence, I don't know, experience. Probably just budget. But yeah, they just stand there.
A whole town? What, you know a way in?
Place is secure from walkers, but we could slip our way through. Listen though, nothing in Woodbury.
Yeah,
is
it's so
how
bad it's good. It is one of the few so bad it's good games that you could actually like finish. And then yeah, just like then you just get like text after that telling you what happened. I really love the Telltale Walking. This completely different game, Chatter. It's a different studio. What was the... Oh yeah, The Wolf Among Us 2 is coming out. Isn't that coming out this year? Or is it next year? Among Us? I like The Wolf Among Us. Oh, it is supposed to come out this year. It doesn't have a release date, but... That's a good game. It got delayed to next year. Oh, I was just looking at the Google thing. I guess it's probably wrong now. What are we doing? We're watching JD Vance. I just got distracted with Wolf Among Us.
And that's why we have a wide...
I thought it died when Telltale died. No. Telltale didn't die. They just fired everybody and then restructured. Many such cases. Did you guys know that happened to Toys R Us? They multiple companies have done like fake out bankruptcies.
Open southern border. But I read a story this morning.
They came back. They didn't really come back. They're just like still around.
Advisors
yeah, like in Canada, like the ones that they didn't close. They just like went to bare bones.
Just copying all of Donald Trump's policies.
Telltale dropped a pretty crappy game last year. Yeah, we're back, dude. They're so back. Isn't that The Expanse? Telltale Batman. Telltale Batman is fun. I like Telltale Batman. At least the first one. How is Blizzard still a company and not all in jail? Didn't they get purchased? They got bought by Activision. That's how. A lot of that shit only came out when the acquisition of Blizzard happened. Or is it... Or did they... Fuck. Did Microsoft buy them? Yeah, and then Microsoft bought both of them. They merged, and then Microsoft bought fucking both of them. Which was insane. Yeah, like $70 billion. Which, if you think about it, that's almost as much. Elon paid, what was it, $40 billion for Twitter? Like, he paid way too fucking much. Monopoly, never heard of it? Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter because they laid off a ton of people. They laid off like 2,000 people or some shit. Like, between all those acquisitions, like so many, like studios shuttered. So it's not a monopoly, actually. It's just one company. They just own a lot of brands in that company. The brands aren't studios anymore. I mean, Activision Blizzard still are, but for now. They have studios, I guess. It's just ownership. It's like feudal ownership. You see, Activision Blizzard is the heir of Microsoft. The king of video games. Anyway. I hate the games industry. It's so fucked up. It's so unbelievably fucked up in like every way. Anyway.
They're more popular. In fact, I've heard that for her debate in just a couple of weeks, she's going to put on a Navy suit, a long red tie, and adopt the slogan, "Make America Great Again." I think that's what...
Dude, that's... Oh my god, she gave him this, dude. This is a gift. This is actually a gift. I'm glad we're not watching JD Vance anymore. Sorry. Dude, they gave him this. I can't believe he just said this. This is some shit that I fucking said when she gave her DNC acceptance speech.
But I read a story this morning that her advisors are considering just copying all of Donald Trump's policies. They're more popular. In fact,
okay, that's just not true at all. I don't know what the fuck.
I've heard that for her debate in just a couple of weeks, she's going to put on a Navy suit, a long red tie, and adopt the slogan, "Make America Great Again." I think that's...
Yeah, that's... I mean, that's what he did, which is hilarious. But he's just saying, like, yeah, why isn't she... She wants to build the wall. She's just copying us. This actually works, chat. This actually kind of works. Along with the flip-flop narrative. This makes sense. The fucking Democratic Party, the Kamala Harris campaign, has walked headfirst into a fucking trap set by the media and the Republican Party. She tried to move to the right and moderate, and this is what happens. You gain nothing, and you give them a line of attack. It is so fucking frustrating that she did this. I can't believe it. I'm still in shock, chat. I'm still in shock that the DNC speech was that fucking rancid that it turned the entire, like, trajectory of the election off to its side. We could be dominating right now. We could be really winning. You saw that fucking, that liberal ass, like, lady sitting in the Oklahoma school city council or whatever, demanding to impeach the superintendent who's friends with libs of TikTok. That lady will be galvanized by the Kamala Harris campaign and does not need to be fucking talking about building the wall and border security. That lady doesn't know anything about the border. She's not gonna vote for any of that shit. She's just gonna do what the fucking Democratic Party says. Having flashbacks. No, I know, dude. Mentioning China was crazy, but that's just standard Democratic Party practice. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the domestic issues that she fucked up on. Just shut the fuck up about the border. Bordazar. God, dude, I can't believe this is the Bordazar election. We should have left this behind in the pre-DNC news era. But it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse, and her first interview is going to be mired with this shit. Instead of talking about what she will do, instead of being able to talk about what she wants to do, about the future, we're going to have to be playing this fucking defensive game on, like, well, actually, you're just a Republican, right? Like, that actually works when you're running against Republicans. It's just a fucking waste. So we either need to turn hard to the fucking progressives, hard into progressive policy that we know is popular, bipartisanly. Like, that's the only option. It is what it is what gave her the momentum behind walls, and it is what needs to be just front and center for her election campaign, and all of the policies that come with that. And also a ceasefire literally yesterday. Literally yesterday, holy shit. Send her to China to get re-educated just like Tim Walz did. He went to China 30 times. He got married there, I think, or went on his honeymoon there or some shit.
That's what... But we're not going to let the American people forget that Kamala Harris is the candidate of American decline. She cast the tie-breaking vote.
I want to go to China 30 times? Dude, me fucking too. Holy shit, me too. I want to be that familiar with China. Fuck. That sounds awesome.
For the Inflation Explosion Act. She cast the tie-breaking vote to send interest rates and mortgages through the roof. She opened that border on day one, and as much as fake Kamala wants to pretend that she now agrees with Donald Trump, we've got to remind her she's the vice president right now. Stop talking about what you're gonna do. Start talking about what you are gonna do right now, because you're the vice president.
What?
And what she has done.
Oh my god, dude. I gave him too much credit. I was like, wow, he actually used a decent line of attack.
What's
wow.
up, Gabble Nation?
And
I
he
am
just
still
completely
painting a
flubs
turkey
it.
booty. Have to take a break because my wrist hurts.
Stop
Gabble,
talking-
gabble, gabble, gabble.
Stop talking about what you're gonna do and start talking about what you're gonna do. Holy shit, that's bad. He's so bad. He's so bad.
She opened that border on day one,
She
and as
opened up
much
that
as
border.
fake Kamala wants to pretend that she now agrees with Donald Trump, we've got to remind her she's the vice president right now. Stop talking about what you're gonna do. Start talking about what you are gonna do right now.
Stop talking about what you're gonna do and start talking about what you are gonna do. Hello? Is anyone awake? Listening to this at the Trump rally? Are we okay? Slay, Queen.
Stop talking about what you're gonna do. Start talking about what you are gonna do right now, because you're the vice president.
Owned. How do you argue with that? I mean, this is just stupid. The, like, you are vice president, you have the power to fix America already, you're basically president, why are you running? Is, like, hilarious, and they should definitely do more of that.
And what she has done has
Modern day
been a
Socrates.
disaster. Now, I will confess that in some ways I have a soft heart, ladies and gentlemen. In some ways I feel bad for Kamala Harris.
Words of Plato.
They don't. You don't. But I'm not sure that this is a woman who knows what she actually believes. She is, if you think about it, she's just a cog in the wheel of a very corrupt system. Now let's go back in time a few years and just remember the formula of Kamala Harris and her handlers and what it wrecked. Now step one was to ship all of our good manufacturing jobs to Mexico, to China, to far.
Yeah, they did that on purpose. They did that to make you pissed off.
Far-flung corners all over the world. Remember, Kamala Harris supported the reauthorization of...
Like, it's funny to me that in the conservative brain, the president does that rather than businesses themselves. It's literally like, it's literally capitalism that does that. Like, that's deregulation. That's everything you guys want to do. Other than drill, baby, drill.
NAFTA, which has been terrible for the state of Michigan, the state of Ohio, and the state of Pennsylvania. Proud towns became ghost towns. Dignified American workers became dependent on the government, and families, including a lot of families like
The
mine,
worst
fell
thing you
apart
could
under...
ever be. I was in the military, by the way. It's like, what the fuck do you think you're doing in the military? You're dependent on the government. You're literally a government asset when you're in the military. What the fuck? Social Security earners are dependent on the government. He's such a fucking, like, anti-welfare monster, dude. Even Trump won't hit lines like that. Like, you're hitting the poor white audience right now. There are people in the crowd, in that audience, in Michigan, that are on fucking welfare, that are voting for Trump. What the fuck do you think you mean by that? Like, that's not Kamala Harris's fault. That's capitalism's fault. But, like, Kamala Harris is Kamalanism, if you think about it. Communism, it's the same thing. So, that's the choice you have at the ballot box, America. Stop talking about what you're going to do and start talking about what you are going to do. Because you're the vice president.
Financial stress. Now that was step one. Did we ask for any of that? Now here's step two. Step two is...
My dad was in the military for 6 years and now he's a socialist. That's cool. Socialist dad. A lot of veterans are socialists. Left Flank Vets is a streamer on Twitch. He's a veteran. And he's a leftist, as the name implies. He's sick. I love him.
Open our border to millions of illegal immigrants.
There's a lot of leftist vets.
And into that void of joblessness, poured drugs and a lot of cheap labor. Our leadership, including Kamala Harris, they said it was compassionate, but it was a lie. What they really wanted, my friends, was millions of voters for Democrat policies, and they wanted millions of cheap laborers. American wages went down, and our leaders learned they could ignore their own citizens in their quest for power. Now that was step 2, and I asked, did we ask for that? Now the next step was a lot of stupid foreign policy. Our leaders couldn't deliver prosperity, but they could deliver war and conflict. So we invaded countries all over the world, and then we invited other countries to invade us through illegal immigration. Our people got poorer, our leaders got richer, and they got more powerful. Now that was step 3, and I asked, did we ask for that? Now I've lived, and I know a lot of us in this crowd have lived the consequences of these failures. And I saw it very personally, my friends. My parents divorced.
Oh my god, I didn't stream yesterday. You're right. I forgot it was the 26th. I'm sorry, chatter.
My family began to...
Oh, Left Flank Vance is rebranded to Struggle for Same Politics. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize that was his channel. I kept seeing it and I was like, what the fuck is that? But I didn't click on it. Oh, my bad.
To struggle. My mom, God love her, she found solace in the prescription pain pills that a lot of kids and a lot of adults were getting hooked on, and then eventually she moved on to some harder stuff.
He stopped saying Mama is his stepmom. He's talking about his real mom. Mama is not his grandma, it's his stepmom. Weird, right? Who does that? That's his stepmom.
Now I will tell you that I thought I would lose my mom when I was a kid, and I prayed every single day that she would somehow find her way to a second chance. And I'm very proud, my friends, to tell you, not only did my mom find a second chance, but she's here with us today, campaigning with me in the state of Michigan.
Now, why is he trauma dumping right now? For real.
Well, Joe Biden spends...
No, I was gonna watch, actually, the 5 clip. Oops. Let's finish this, though. The gut.
Now she is, I will say, the best grandmother that my kids could ask for. They are 7, 4, and 2. Spoils them a little bit too much, Mom. No more Pokemon cards in front of 1,000 people. No more Pokemon cards. The kids have got enough.
The fuck? No energy. No aura. No vibe. No food, no beverage. No bitches. No more Pokemon? Dude. What an asshole. What a bad father. They're fucking cardboard cards, man. Remember when he was on the Nelk Boys podcast or whatever, and he was like, I had to tell my son to shut the hell up about Pikachu for 30 seconds or whatever. Shut up about Pikachu for 30 seconds, you little fuck. He had to say that to his chat, or to his child. And same thing. And now he's like, no more Pokemon cards. He's literally taking away everything his son loves. No more Pikachu, no more Pokemon. We have a terrible stepfather running for office.
That my kids could ask for.
And he's treating his kids like this. These are his biological kids. And he still is a stepfather to them.
They're 7,
no
4,
more
and 2.
Mario.
Spoils them a little bit too much, Mom. No more Pokemon cards in front of 1,000 people. No more Pokemon cards. The kids have got enough.
The kids have got enough. What the fuck? You're always supposed to get more, you idiot. You don't know how trading cards work. You fucking idiot. What are you going to be out of the fucking new loop? Out of the new meta? That's literally just, you might as well tell them to fucking throw away what they have, you fucking asshole.
Just making the entire hobby useless. No more. One pack is enough. Yeah, maybe buy them a fucking card book, you asshole. He's trying to be relatable. Why is he talking about Pokemon? He's talking about his grandma or his mom spoiling his kids with Pokemon cards. He said, no more Pokemon cards. They have enough. But, like, they're supposed to... Yeah, get a binder. Get a fucking card binder. Like, you're supposed to buy new ones and trade them with your friends. That's the point. No more. You're supposed to buy a new pack of the latest cards. Like, that's the whole hobby. That's also not spoiling them. It's a fucking $5 pack of cards, you fucking asshole. Literally. Yeah, that is kind of like communism trading.
But I know that a lot of Americans prayed for that second chance, and thank God we got it.
I know a lot of Americans prayed for more Pokemon cards.
But a lot of Americans prayed for other things. They prayed for good jobs. They prayed for their towns to have prosperity. They prayed for their parents to overcome the...
I was making fun of him, but he is kind of putting on a southern accent. He's not from the South. He is from Ohio, you bitch.
Scourge of addiction, and in 2016, a lot of those prayers were answered, my friends, weren't they?
What?
After a...
Yeah, no. No, actually. People's prayers were answered after 2016? No, demonstrably. People were unhappy once Trump was elected. Even Trump supporters noted that their lives hadn't really improved that much.
A generation of Americans being ignored by their leaders. Americans spoke with a unified voice, and you know what they said? They said, no more bullshit, and they sent Donald J. Trump to the White House. Now, the same people who screwed this country up for 30 years said President Donald Trump would fail. Remember that? And I remember I was myself, I didn't fully believe in the promises of Donald Trump. He persuaded me because he did such a...
Yeah, I actually thought he was Hitler. But he persuaded me otherwise. Okay.
Good job. What happened next? Let's all remember. Gas was $2 a gallon. Housing was affordable for young and old alike. Wages were rising, and this word inflation, that's all people talk about now, it wasn't even an issue. We had broad prosperity for every American, rich and poor. Donald Trump stopped the stupid war.
Dude. Obama's 2019 economy continued under Trump. That is true. Donald Trump went ahead and deregulated, gave the $2 trillion tax cuts, did a bunch of really destructive shit that we're only now just starting to feel the effects of, really. I mean, Joe Biden had to undo a lot of stuff, but even still. Like, you know, destroyed the EPA. Fucking... broad prosperity for broads. I got distracted looking at chat. But, you know, when he actually had a crisis to respond to, he completely fumbled the ball, ruined every fucking opportunity he had to get it right, fed into conspiracy theories, sowed fucking panic into the people, and then made a vaccine and lost the election. Ethan's hair looks great today. Oh, thanks.
Wars and stood up to the bad guys all over the world. He recognized what our failed leadership didn't.
Yeah, he disbanded the pandemic response team. It wasn't right before COVID. It was in 2018.
Weakness,
but it was still a very stupid, nonsensical decision to make, and he did a lot of stuff like that. He made friends with the bad guy. True.
American boys and girls to wars that they shouldn't have to fight. American strength promotes peace, and we had a hell of a lot of peace when Donald J. Trump was the President of the United States.
Yeah, unless you lived in, I don't know, Syria, Afghanistan, Venezuela. I mean, Jesus. Lots of peace. Much peace. Very much.
I I gotta get whatever we fed these guys behind me. They're having a good time.
What?
Our border, by
The fuck do you think it was? Hot dog? What does that mean? Whatever they fed them. He's talking about his voters like livestock. I gotta get the seeds that they're giving to these guys. Fed? Not drank? They were chanting, come, 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 come. Yeah, meth?
friends, our border was secure. Overdose deaths were coming down where they had gone up for 15 years. And a lot of people who struggled in my
They
hometown
fed them cum. Republicans love coke. It's funny how they think it's a white-collar drug. Wait, what does that have to do with anything? He was talking about... He said fed them. Like they gave him some, like, real energetic burgers. Yeah, that's what they gave them. I gotta get whatever they fed these guys back here. They were fed coke. Just poured it in a trough and let them have it.
Good jobs
Have
and good
at it,
prosperity, and
hogs.
it happened all across the state of Michigan and Ohio. My mom, she got clean and she stayed.
Like, guy trying, like, literal alien trying to be an American politician. Whatever burgers these energetic folks ate, I must ingest as well. The nutrients must be nourishing them to give them lots of energy today.
Stayed clean. That was my personal victory.
That's like what it feels like he's doing.
And for every lie, remember, for every lie they
fed
told
woke
about
beer.
Donald J. Trump, he just kept on plugging away at doing the American people's business. He did it so well, we had take-home pay rising faster than it had in 30 years. Our corrupt leadership, remember this, our corrupt leadership said, if you put tariffs on China, prices will go up. Instead, Donald Trump did exactly that. Manufacturing came back and prices went down for American citizens. They went.
See, that's not true.
Then he just realized he am tuning into the Prettiest streamer, mamma mia.
See, that's not true at all, what he's saying. It is true that I'm the prettiest streamer, but it's not true that prices went down.
Went up for the Chinese, but they went down for our people.
Me when I lie. They went up for the Chinese. Mamma mia.
Because when you make your own stuff with the hands of American workers, the whole country prospers. We know.
What are we making? Made in China. The mouse that I'm using. Gamer controller. Let me take a look real quick. Hang on. Hang on. Shouldn't take long. Hang on. 1 second. Hang on. 1 moment. Fuck. Fuck. My point. Made in China. What do you know? It's really small, so I couldn't show it on the camera, but it's behind where they put the batteries. Made in China. That is a Logitech vertical. I love me an ergonomic mouse.
What do you know?
How do you put these batteries back in? I'm stupid. Oh, minus. It's literally like the same thing, but you have to put them in alternately. Brian. Anyway. What are we making in America? PlayStation better uses Xbox controller? Yeah, well, these work better with PC in general and have better battery life. The PS4 controllers have fucking dog shit battery life. It's really annoying. But I do like them better. I do like them. I just don't have one and they're like $70, so I'm not buying a fucking whole extra controller that I don't need. The best controller ergonomically for me is the fat original Xbox one. This is the PC one, but my bumper, or not my bumper, my right trigger broke, and it kept pressing on its own, so I can't use it anymore. It's literally like the worst thing that could have happened. That's my favorite controller, because I got bigger hands, so it's nice to have a bigger controller. But yeah, that's like a fucking $80 controller or whatever. I think I got it on sale, but still, it got fucking... It's broken. Maybe I could take it apart and try to fix it, but I don't know. You can send it in to a person to have that replaced and repaired, I can try.
Know that in Michigan better than anywhere. Now our
Oh,
corrupt
yeah, the Switch Pro controller also does work really good. It's just not a lot of games have interfaces for it, and it bugs me.
leadership said if you enforce the border, people south of the border are going to suffer. But Donald Trump recognized that his first responsibility as president was to the American citizen and not to anybody else. So he shut down that border. He shut off the drug trade. He drove the cartels out of business, and he had overdose deaths falling in this country. What an amazing thing it was.
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Falling in comparison to now, maybe. Not in comparison to before. The opiate crisis has gotten worse and worse through every president that has done nothing about it. What do you mean? Yeah, we don't care about those south of the border. You're fired.
Remember, our corrupt leadership said that you can't defeat ISIS. Remember that? Just a few years ago, they said we're going to have to re-invade Iraq to defeat ISIS. Donald Trump.
ISIS is still around. Sorry. But they are. They fractured. But they're still around. They're not the same. But they're just different groups now. There's ISIS-K. There's ISIS groups in, I think, the South Pacific? ISIS groups. There's a lot. It's what happens when you try to destroy an ideology. It fractures. Obviously, they're much less powerful than they used to be. But they're still around. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, there's like cells of ISIS. That's what they're called. Let's see. I mean, this is just Wikipedia, but from 2016 to 2018, there was a literal rise in opioid deaths. Yeah, I was almost certain that he was bullshitting on that one. That was crazy. 2016 to 2018. Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's only gotten worse. Like, is this what he meant by opioid deaths were falling? This. Oh, no cursing? Sorry. Timer 10 minutes. I'm reading your favorite controller can be fixed if you email Hypercam for a firmware update. Oh, really? It was like an actual problem with the controller? Oh, I thought it was a mechanical problem. And that dip was COVID? Yeah, literally. Wait, no. I guess it ended around the time COVID ended? Or, no. This dip is pre-COVID. This is Trump's presidency, basically. But from 2016 to 2018, there was literally a rise, and then it plateaued after 2017, it seems like, or after 2018. And then, yeah, it goes up as people are suffering through the pandemic and the results of it. And the introduction of fentanyl. That also contributes. Because fentanyl's a synthetic opioid, but I think it still counts to the opioid deaths, doesn't it? Anyway, that's what I'm assuming that spike was. Is how popular fentanyl is now. I'm trying to find where the active... There's still active cells of ISIS. It was my point here. Turkey? Until 2023. God, there's so much lore, dude. ISIS lore. But yeah, they were like a cult. But, you know, they didn't get like completely obliterated. Obviously, like the Iranian head of state that Donald Trump assassinated, Qasem Soleimani, was one of the lead massacres of ISIS, the like #1 ISIS killer. And then Donald Trump said, actually, he's ISIS too. He's Hamas. And blew him up and killed him.
Defeated ISIS in a matter of weeks, and then he brought America's sons and daughters home. What an amazing
Wait, what?
track record of leadership.
Wait. What troops did he bring home? He's Iranian. He's got to be ISIS. Yeah, I know. That's like saying he's Israeli. He's got to be Hamas. It's like it's the opposite.
But let's be honest. The country wasn't broken in 4 years, and 4 years was not enough time to root out all of the corruption. So while Americans were getting richer, a lot of bureaucrats and globalists were getting poorer. That was the story of Trump's term.
He's such a bad liar.
So Kamala Harris, she and her corrupt handlers, they came up with a plan. Now, they couldn't beat Donald Trump in an honest debate, so they decided to engage in censorship. They were going to censor Donald Trump, and they were going to censor his supporters. Now, remember, back in 2020, they lied about Biden's corruption.
Did he just say bureaucrats are getting poorer? Oh my
The
God.
fact that his family got rich by selling access to the United States government, and Kamala Harris was there for all of it. They lied about the Hunter Biden laptop and encouraged big tech to silence the story, and they did. They lied about COVID coming from a Chinese lab, and they censored anybody who disagreed. Kamala Harris even went on national TV and said
Totally,
Joe Biden
man.
was as sharp as a tack. Even he was clearly mentally incompetent to do the job. And so it's obvious what's been going on,
That's
right?
also-
Kamala Harris has been calling the shots.
I mean, that was a bunch of like stinky lies and then a decent one to like close it out, which is kind of all you need. It's just so annoying. Was there anything in the laptop? Yeah, awesome pictures of Hunter Biden doing coke or doing, crack, and having sex. Videos of him having sex with prostitutes. So yeah, that was on the laptop. The coolest stuff ever. And pictures of his giant dong. That's why Republicans like it so much. They're jealous. They wish that they did that. And then, like, you know, they hacked his iCloud or whatever. So they have all his texts. That's mainly where a lot of the more damning Hunter Biden laptop talking points come from, or from the text messages that they, hacked into. It's definitely from a Russian hack, and they just put it on a laptop. There's no way that Hunter Biden himself left his own laptop with a blind laptop repairman who's also a QAnon guy. Super suspicious story. Like, that's also why the media didn't cover it, because it was just, like, insane. And also the media did cover it. It's just why they didn't, like, cover it ad nauseum the way Fox News did, because it's an insane story. People going crazy over a politician's kid hanging dong on his own laptop. Yeah, that was it, really. He was doing crimes. He had a gun, and he lied about doing drugs when he bought the gun. That's what he got his felony charge for. Which, every Republican has done. Every single Republican who's bought a gun has also lied on an ATF sheet and said that they, don't do drugs or alcohol or whatever. Or lied about something else, Every hog does that. It's just, you're not supposed to get caught. And Hunter Biden got caught because there was extra eyes on it. And the Republicans wanted revenge for Donald Trump's felony conviction. That's literally why they went after him. I thought they loved having no gun control. No, apparently not. What's an ATF sheet? It's what does ATF stand for again? Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a government. It's a government form you have to fill out when you buy a gun in certain places. And under certain circumstances. It's just a way for the government to keep track of who has guns and where they are and stuff like that. But, the government does a bad job of doing anything about any of that.
And by lying
Gun control is bad and evil and communism unless it's Hunter Biden. Then it's cool. Then it's deserved injustice.
his mental fitness for the job, she got what she always wanted, which was more power. And what was the result?
I don't see weed on there because weed is classified. I don't know. Did Joe Biden actually reschedule it, or did he just propose rescheduling it? Yeah, no, it's just proposed. So it's not even rescheduled. Weed is classified the same as heroin. That's why it's not on there. Yeah, it was only proposed, and it would take it to Schedule 3, which is where they put codeine, like cough syrup. Or Tylenol with codeine. It was like a specific, it's like a weird, it doesn't make it legal at all, but it's just like, it's not the same as heroin. Do you want to know, do you guys know why that is? I mean, there's a very specific reason. It was Richard Nixon rescheduled marijuana in an executive order to the same schedule as heroin, Schedule 1, as revenge against the hippies who protested the Vietnam War.
Just found a bunch of stickers on my wall come from a group called the American Black Shirt Movement. Apparently an openly fascist political party from across multiple states is trying to advertise on the main street near my neighborhood about throwing away queer and black people. Worried about how many more open fascists I've been encountering here in Texas, but I'm trying my best to organize in my community to what degree we can, given most the people in know are pretty liberal.
Yeah, I mean, fuck those stickers up, but that also sounds just like Fed shit, to be honest. Throw away black and queer people. That's, I mean, oh, I did swear. Damn it! Reset timer. Yeah, I mean, so scheduling marijuana was not, like, Native Americans have used it, obviously. There's a lot of different groups that use it. I mean, black people have used it in America. Like, there's a lot of association with it racially, but it was definitely also as revenge for anti-Vietnam protests. Richard Nixon was a very petty, very vindictive man. He's a lot like Donald Trump, actually. A craven. I would say, you know, Donald Trump and Richard Nixon are more similar than Donald Trump and Ronald Reagan, to be honest, in a lot of ways. But he's kind of a combo of both in different ways, but he's so much like Richard Nixon, it's uncanny. Anyway, yeah, so heroin and marijuana are the same thing. And that's why it's crazy and messed up for me to stream. And I'm basically streaming and doing heroin right now, according to the law. The federal law, not state law. It's different. Because America's awesome, dude. Marijuana.
Watch. Gas prices are up 50%. Housing costs have doubled. You talk to a young person today, young people cannot afford to buy a home in their own country.
So this is a very specific line. Oh, I was going to talk about, sorry, I meant to address this and I got distracted. I'll come back to this. This is an appeal to young, like Gen Z, like 18-year-olds, and this is getting really annoying for me to listen to. Worried about how many open fascists I've been encountering here in Texas? A lot. For one, a lot. Organize my community to what degree we can. That's good. Yeah, get rid of all the stickers that you're seeing. I think I mean, if you're talking about like American Black Shirt Movement, that literally sounds like a Fed operation to me. But, you know, watch yourself, be careful, and be safe. Obviously, you know, try to take down their stuff if you can. But, like the posters or stickers if you see them. But what I've seen more of is like Patriot Front stickers, which is an actual Nazi group. I've seen actual Patriot Front stickers, and I've seen Patriot Front, like, marches. So, like, I feel like the American black shirt is just like too on the nose. Like that's the Patriot Front is how they actually do it. It's like America First, Donald Trump, MAGA rhetoric. That's a lot more like liberal adjacent, but it's just like more aggressive.
Turning a generation of 20 and 30-year-olds into permanent debtors. Donald Trump.
Yes, the appeal to the young voters. Gen Z is continually churning out right-wing young men. It's a real thing. It's a real phenomenon. And it's like, it's definitely the result of the unrestricted hyper right-wing algorithm online, whether it's on TikTok or YouTube or whatever, Twitter. You get super caught up in it. It's super insular. It makes you really angry. It comforts all of your immediate like grievances and makes you feel better about your least critical positions, and encourages you to just be a baby, which is literally how you get radicalized. You just stay like a baby forever. People act like radicalization is some massive transformation of the soul when it's just literally feeding into your most selfish and personal grievances, and putting them at the forefront of all your politics. You know what I mean? I don't know. But it's the result of material conditions. It's the result of housing actually being really expensive, of wages actually being too low. It's like actual, like there's a real political reason. It's just young men have no actual material outlet. They don't have a way to manifest their politics, so they run to the right with reactionary with reactionary rhetoric, and like gender war stuff. Women are pandered to the Democratic Party because, especially with this election, because we're talking about abortion. So there's constant attention to women in the Democratic Party. But like, there's no equivalent except on the right for like masculine like politics or whatever. Because obviously like the threat that young men are under is the same threat that every young person and every working person in America is under threat of, which is capitalism and the consequences of that, housing, wages, etc., the material conditions. It's just they don't have an outlet to talk about their material conditions in a real way, so they talk about how, Pokimane has too expensive cookies and that makes me really angry. And they get like hyper focused on like right-wing talking points and anti-women talking points, because that's the only way they can express their actual grievance with their material conditions. It's the only way they know how to manifest it. It's cultural pipelines. But it is the absolute result of real things that everybody is facing. The only person I know who's super right-wing, maybe in America, it's more common, but where I live, it's super rare to find someone in the way you describe who isn't a 50-year-old hog. I mean, you might not have a little brother, but like 13-year-old British kids are like the #1 Andrew Tate fans.
Top of the morning. Hold on.
Little minging, little chunguses. They're minging, little FIFA fans with the perms. Like that's who's like, calling people slurs on Twitter with blue check marks and anime PFPs. It's like them. That's like the new user base that Twitter has. I'm not even joking. That is like the vast majority of like active users at this point, I feel like. Is mingin a slur? No. I don't think so. It's slang. But they're everywhere. It's not just a UK thing, obviously. We have little Zoomers that are like that too. But what JD Vance is targeting is not the little Zoomers, but the older Zoomers that are like 18, 19, 20, and just going into the workforce, just coming out of either high school or college, and that are already disenfranchised, but only have the vocabulary of privilege, of male privilege. They only have the vocabulary of male victimization and self-victimization and grievance, to actually manifest their material grievances, the issues that they have with their material conditions. Does that make sense? All I see on Twitter is pretty trans women. Well, that's different. That's because that's all you follow. They get bullied out of it actively by everyone around them if they say that. That's the thing, though. How often do you say out loud to other people in your social circle the things that you say online? I mean, maybe leftists do more so, obviously, because leftists are principled. But like a little 14-year-old isn't doing that. Like a little right-wing Gen Zer is not doing that. They're not going around talking about what they say online because it's like degenerate. I think people will be surprised in the coming years how many like whatever up and coming like either YouTubers or like e-celebs or TikTokers or whatever are gonna have like insane pasts online. Some of the most like grievous stuff. It's gonna be bad. I think there's gonna be a reckoning. Give it like 4 years when all these like Zoomers are trying to get jobs and get into college and stuff. And then everything from 2024 Twitter is still gonna be there. Ugh. It'll be bad. I think something quite different I've noticed between the right left online is while we both often talk about it's us against the world, one lashes out in response with negativity, the other tries to change the situation, often with empathy and careful thought. I mean, you're talking about like right left, but you really mean like specific sections of demographics that you're talking about. Like you're talking about like progressives that actually like advocate for change versus like reactionaries. And I mean, there's reactionaries everywhere. There's reactionaries in the left.
We couldn't have been too impressed with our capital. It looks like shit.
Reactionaries are always the kind of people that lash out, and it's not on principle. It's always on specific issues. Look at Anna Kasparian, for example. Someone you would not even understand is like anything other than a leftist. She's on the Young Turks. She's on she's been on the Young Turks for years and years and years. She talks about leftist stuff. She talks about unions. She was Bernie bro. And then she talks about trans issues, and you're like, oh my God, is this Jordan Peterson? Hey, didn't swear. Fuck my stupid baka life. Like, that's reactionary. And people's reactionary tendencies are not principled. That's the entire point. They're just on individual issues, and you won't know until you hear them, unfortunately. In a lot of cases, people are reactionary about, like, sex work. Even leftists. I'm in junior year in high school, and there's so many right-wingers, it's insane since 90% of us can't vote. Yeah, well, that's because right-wing ideology... Listen, chat. Right-wing ideology feeds the quick thinking, selfish, like, what makes you feel good? It's about your feelings. So like a 14, 15, 16-year-old, that's like the perfect thing for them. They don't have to think. They don't have to consider others. They can intellectualize to some degree their hatred for other people and their rationalization for mocking or bullying them online. That's all I see now. You know what I mean? Or just in general, or just like justifying your own superiority. It's just to make yourself feel better. You don't have to think about anyone else or anything else. So of course it appeals to high schoolers. That is straight out the gate normal. And especially in America, you're so primed with American exceptionalism that you're just so detached from reality. That's what people I think that is what people really are complaining about when they say stuff like, "Oh, they don't teach us how to write checks in school." When like sometimes they do. Like, I don't know. You can ask. And also Google, but unrelated. Like, they don't... American exceptionalism robs you of material perspectives and robs you of the ability to critically examine history, to trace, like, where we're at and how things have gotten to the point that they are, why we are where we are, and the path forward. American exceptionalism blinds you and makes you think that, like, everything fell out of a coconut tree and everything exists in this perfect little vacuum. And that you can do anything. and that America isn't racist. And then when you're confronted with the fucking brick wall of reality, people don't like that. They don't like being shown that they're wrong. So they lash out and they react. They become reactionary. Because they want to feel good. And when reality doesn't make them feel good, they get mad at it. Checks are so easy to write. It tells you what to put there. I know. It's a really dumb argument that people say, like, why don't we learn how to open a checking account in school? It's like a very American. I used to hear that shit all the time in high school. It's like, dude, we had Google in 2014 when I was in high school. Come on. So yeah, it is super frustrating. It's very frustrating. Writing checks isn't really a necessary skill anymore. A lot of places don't even accept checks. That too. But I'm from a slightly different time, I guess. From a little before checks were completely irrelevant. I learned how to write a check in my Girl Scouts troop. But anyway, I don't know. My point is that reactionary politics is always going to make you feel happy. It's always going to make you comfortable. That's the point. It is to prioritize your comfort. Whether that is comfort in fear, in saying the trans are coming for your kids and I'm so fucking scared, and just saying you're scared all the time is your comfort. That is comfort for people like Chai Raichik. It literally is. Because it feeds into their most selfish and least critical thought. They don't have to fucking live in reality. It's just denial and delusion. And it's selfish. It's all for the self. Always. Whether it's money or just safety. Emotional safety. That's my read. That's my read on politicians, or on right-wing politics in general. I have a lot of resentment towards my mom because she wouldn't talk about the things that she did and didn't do because she just gets defensive of acknowledging how she could have been a better parent. Oh. Leftism is when you're sad. I mean, yeah. Basically. Depends on why, though. I just moved from a very white-dominated school, and I can't explain how much of an echo chamber it was. Oh my god, yeah. That's a whole separate thing. How, like, segregated American schools still really are in a lot of ways. It's just economic. Which happens to overlap almost identically racially. But, you know, there's some margin overlap in there, so, you know, we can pretend it's okay. Anyway, let's finish this.
But I believe young people ought to own a stake in their own country, be able to build a life and start a family. That's what we're fighting for.
I was formerly alt-right and you're 10,000% right. Yeah, I mean, that's how I was. And that's how a lot of people I knew were. You just don't want to acknowledge reality because it makes you scared or makes you feel wrong or bad. And you lash out.
Grocery prices. Grocery prices under Kamala Harris are up 21%, and I think that undercounts it. A record number of Americans are working multiple jobs. The housing market is as unaffordable as it has ever been. And the average new car costs nearly $50,000.
New car sales of cars have gone down since, I mean, dude, 2021 cars were like more expensive than they ever been because of the chip shortage. What? Yeah, also she's not the president.
China, China, China. I'm hungry. Time to find some hot dog. This one looks good too. The ad is so attractive.
Oh my god, is that actually his impression? I thought it was a lip sync.
China, China, China.
Dude, he sounds so good. It sounds exactly like him.
China, China, China.
Wow.
I'm hungry. Time to find some hot dog. This one looks good.
Some hot dog. That's awesome.
Too. The ad is so attractive, it's brighter than my iPhone 17. I'll ask my assistant to order some for my election. Will you vote for me, homie? Now let's check out the price in her bio. I think there was no MOQ and with worldwide shipping.
Is he just reading phonetically?
This is
sounds
what
like
Biden would do. He would lost. He would remember to follow LC sign.
He would lost. We're truly back to 2016. What do you mean?
Better
Dude?
than my iPhone.
Dude, okay. In 2016, the internet was a lot more insulated against actual like Chinese content. There was no TikTok in 2016.
Americans, this is heartbreaking. We now owe more than $1 trillion in credit card debt, a record high at a time when interest rates are going up and up. That's not all she did, my friends. She isn't just causing high prices, she is undoing the incredible work that Donald Trump did to rebuild American manufacturing. Now, we stand very close, of course, to the new Goshen factory, right? That's right. And remember, the tie-breaking vote that she cast to send inflation through the roof, remember that vote? That vote also made Chinese companies...
the Trump impression you couldn't escape in 2016, true.
...like Goshen eligible for millions of your taxpayer dollars.
Whoa, that should go to
Now, the
Elon
great
Musk
Mike Rogers,
instead.
who's running for Senate, has been a
Not
champion
China.
on this issue. Thank you, Mike, for doing what you do. There we go,
American
stand up.
politics is so easy. You just gotta go, I'm so scared of China. Guys, China is so fucking scary. And then you win. You win.
But it's not just great. It's not just the really good ones like Mike Rogers. Even some of the folks in Obama's administration said that the Goshen factory plant is a threat to America's national security. Even Obama's leadership.
I'm so scared.
But Kamala Harris not only wants to allow the Chinese Communist Party to build factories on American soil, she wants to pay them to do it with our tax money. Now, China has also, of course, stolen from Michigan car companies and unfairly subsidized its auto industry for years. That is
Dude, what do
the
you mean
record.
unfairly? Dude, American copium on how centralized government investment works is so funny. Dude, it's unfair that they subsidize their electric car industry. You can't do that. We don't know how. So, rather than us doing it, rather than us literally fucking building factories to build our own cars here, subsidizing government-funded electric car investment, which, you know, Green New Deal would do. But, you know, that's bad. No one is in support of that. Literally no one on the ticket is. We can't invest in our own auto industry. They have to stop. We have to prevent them from doing it. Very weird. Very funny. Have you seen what JD Vance looks like without a beard? Yeah, I have. I've seen what he looks like in drag.
Of what the Chinese have been doing. And now Democrats in this state, and including Kamala Harris, want to give them hundreds of millions of dollars to those same companies that have been undercutting Michigan auto workers. What a disaster, isn't it? Now, I know, like I said, we've got some great leadership, like Mike Rogers, who are helping us in this fight. We've also got Chairman Pete Hoekstra, who will help turn Michigan red. Where's Pete at?
Where's Pete at?
We've got the great Tudor Dixon.
Where
Where's
Mom at?
Tudor at? I saw Tudor earlier. There's Tudor Dixon.
Tudor Dixon.
Now, they all know firsthand that Democrats are helping China destroy and replace our auto industry from the inside out, and we're going to stop it. The Democrats are helping China, and it's not just in Goshen. Okay?
People
They're
want
doing a
me
lot more
mad.
beyond that. In fact, just a few weeks ago, you
Mama.
probably saw this. Stellantis announced that it would lay off nearly 2,500 proud Michigan auto workers, making the iconic Ram 1500 classic. Now, that is the record of Kamala Harris shipping American jobs to China and paying them to do it with their tax dollars. And what did she talk about at the convention speech? I just saw that. Did you see Kamala's convention speech? Well, that was part of you for not seeing it, but I'm in this business. I have to. Now, Kamala Harris said, when we fight, we win. This is one of her favorite taglines. And I don't know if you saw, but then Tim Walz stood up and shouted, and even when we don't fight, that's what Tim Walz said. Now, he lies about everything, of course. He calls me weird, but then he lies about how his kids were conceived. Dude, who does that? That's just...
What? Oh, this is awesome. I'm glad we got to the Tim Walz conversation. Let's go. Let's go. He lies about everything. It's so desperate.
Now, he lies about everything, of course.
Of course.
He calls me weird, but then he lies about how his kids were conceived.
Who does that? Yeah, it was actually IUF, not IVF. Even though it's, you know, considered an interchangeable process. But you know, he lied, of course. He's a liar. Well, does he think they weren't IVF? They weren't IVF. They're IUF. That's what he lied about. That's what he means by he lied. Now, if you asked anybody who worked in the healthcare industry, in like fertility treatment, if they called IVF IUF, they'd be like, yeah, that's basically, yeah, of course. It's like a needless specification. What's the difference? It's just a difference in technique and like specifically how it's done. But it's like because there's a technicality, Republicans are just running with it. They're just running with it. Technicality, baby.
Does that? That's just the weirdest thing I've ever seen. He said he served in
Did
combat.
someone in the crowd just yell tampons? Dude. And they call us weird? What the heck? Tampons! I don't want a tampon, please! Take out the tampons from the men's bathroom. You know what? Take out the toilet paper, too. Take out the paper towels to dry your hands, and take out the little paper thing to put on the seat so you don't have to touch the nasty seat with your butt. Take it all out. I don't want it. That's woke. God forbid a man take a tampon home. Just have one in his pocket for his wife on any given instant, by the way. God forbid that that's even a thing that could be possibly considered. Like, what do you mean? There's a lot of things that you could think about that a man would be useful to have a tampon. Fathers, brothers, husbands. Like, do you know a women? Men don't care about women. These men don't. Real men have periods, JD. Get over it. Like, you don't even have to, like, acknowledge trans people in this stupid conversation. Even though that's what it is about for them, of course. And also, what if the women's bathroom's out of order? Like, there's so many scenarios you can think of that don't even include trans people, because trans people are literally like 1% of the population. What are we doing? What are we doing? But it's yucky.
But the closest Tim Walz ever came to combat is when he let rioters burn Minneapolis to the ground
God,
and
he
did
sucks.
absolutely nothing to stop it. And I know we have got...
Yeah, it's literally more useful to cis people than trans people. That's exactly my point. This isn't like a pro-trans thing that he did. He just put tampons in all bathrooms. He just didn't discriminate. Does JD's wife keep tampons in her bathroom? Yeah, we're gonna have to examine that, actually. Tampon Vance. Interesting. Yeah, you some kind of fucking pervert? What are you trying to do? You fucking sick freak. You have kids in your home.
Got a lot of veterans out there. I served in the United States Marine Corps, and I did go to Iraq when my country asked me, and I'm proud of it.
You should not be proud of that, bro. You should not be proud of having gone to Iraq. Holy shit. That is so disgusting. Fuck you.
And I know a lot of veterans who take offense.
No veteran takes offense to Tim Walz. Tim Walz served longer than his ass. Not just in the military, but in the government. Like, if they were still in the military, would Tim Walz not be, like, CO? Technically in the chain of command? Like, he's higher ranking than him.
Don't be rude.
I don't know what rank J.D. Vance got, but he didn't serve 23 years or whatever like Tim Walz did. I don't care how many children he, you know, kneecapped with a sniper rifle or whatever he did.
Real wild that I calls out walls but was a press officer like did the shit, mamma mia.
Wait, he was a press officer? Oh my god, I hate him so much.
But there are a lot of veterans from across our military who don't like it when other people lie about their service for military gain, and that's exactly what Tim Walz did. It is a slap in the face to all veterans, and it's not just from Tim Walz.
Dude, veterans actually dislike this line, I think, more than they dislike Tim Walz existing. Yeah, he's doing it right now. He is attacking someone's military service, which veterans don't like. He's, you know, belittling someone who's technically his senior in the chain of command. So it's like, it doesn't, none of it makes any sense from like a, you know, if you really love and hug and kiss the flag and the military and all that, like, you're taking the serious route by criticizing your senior officer or whatever. Like, veterans hate this.
Kamala Harris not only chooses to stand by this man,
he's like talking
because
for
in
veterans
spite of his honesty,
as a Silicon Valley like Daily Wire style hawk Republican.
She actually chose him to become her vice president to begin with.
Theater kid.
Now, while we're on the subject of their convention, she said something else at her convention. She said, and I don't know if you paid attention here, she said there are going to be extremely serious consequences for voting for Donald Trump. Now, Kamala, I've got...
What? Wait. Wait. Do you think that's what she meant by that? Like punishment? Punishment for voting for him? Isn't it red, white, and blue though? It's like the flag over him. It's like they color corrected him too much. He's toasted. They put him in the oven. Elon's wearing all white. I don't know. It's weird. Did you see Cornel West quote retweeting RFK Jr.? No. I don't follow a lot of... Cornel West is a little... You know. I like a lot of what he has to say, but I think he's definitely got some weird political instincts. And definitely is not, like... He's missing a lot of pieces to, like, really make solid movement where he wants to, in my opinion. Deep fried him, I know. Honestly, dude, I think the election could swing blue partially just because of a referendum on Twitter. Maybe it's crazy. Maybe I'm stupid. But, like, if people see this shit people see this shit every day. Like, not just on Twitter, but on Facebook. Like, the Facebook-ification of the internet has gone so right-wing. I feel like people will just have, like, an outright rejection to it. It'll just, like, everything right-wing, especially with how Silicon Valley aligned Donald Trump's campaign is, with J.D. Vance especially. It just feels like people are really going to be tired of this by November. I don't know. Elon's the colonel and fried Trump. Why are they so out of focus? I don't know. I don't claim to understand how Jib Jab works. Anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense. I could be wrong. It's just Twitter. It's not the world. But also, people are so tired of how smug the Republican Party is. They're too confident. They are. That's why it feels like reverse 2016. It's not just the actual campaign, which they are definitely too confident and always have been throughout this campaign, but also the people who are voting for them. It's just annoying. What do you think about the BRAT-ification of Kamala Harris? Should we watch that video? It's a new Saji Sharma. Is that it? I thought it was Sanji. Let me finish this. Can somebody link it to me? I'll put it on my watch later.
Now, my favorite line from Kamala is she says, if you elect her president, she is going to fix it all on day one. Well, Kamala, I hate to break it to you, but day one was 1,300 days ago. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. What the hell have you been doing during all that time? The message from this...
I like the video, but the comments are so split. Wait, really?
You think you just fell out of a...
Is this it? Did he change the title? Are the comments split? It doesn't seem like they are. She is it brat. She's a brat.
Coconut tree?
Here, we'll come back to this.
This crowd and this state of Michigan is you had your chance, you
yesterday.
failed, and we're not giving you a promotion.
You know what? Fuck this. I'm tired
And
of
Donald-
this. He's just yapping. He stopped talking about the Tim Walz shit. Let's watch this.
Big Sister General.
There's a big influx of TikTok libs who call themselves leftists. Do they? I think they just call themselves liberals.
You exist in the all in which you live.
Oh no, links are only sub-only to prevent like spam. Sometimes I'll just click on it if you're not subbed. You don't have to. It's just for filtering.
Try explaining that to a Victorian child. I did. Actually, I did. It really wasn't that difficult.
Don't allow me to understand this, sir. Kamala Harris, who is a potential ruler in your time, akin to someone like my Queen Victoria, is taking on a persona that refers to an individual as authentic and genuine to the messiness and reality of what it means to be a human in your future time. Something not typically made public, and if so, only done purely for aesthetic.
Yeah, that was pretty
I love Charlie XCX, but she's British. Why is she commenting on American politics? Well, first of all, American politics affects the entire world, so I mean, it is what it is.
Much spot on. Wow, Adderall really does just work in any time period, huh?
Oh, I'm Brat.
Yes, you are. And before I leave, I wanted to give you a souvenir. Just a little something to remember me by. Where did I put
America is the one the main country currently assisting Israel's genocide, to be fair. Not that calling Kamala Harris brat has much to do with that, but just for context on how influential America is.
Okay, I'll take anything from you, mister.
Right, so this is a vape with a screen on it, so you can play video games in between hitting your fat ghosts.
Wicked! This'll keep me warm for the winter.
You're a good boy, Joffrey.
Put him down after that.
Sorry, I just really miss Joffrey. Hope he's doing okay. You know, the next time you're thinking about backing down from a challenge, consider the fact that you might be missing out on real human connection. But the point I'm trying to make is that maybe instead of thinking about how a Victorian child might react to our current day society, maybe you should be thinking about and reconsidering how you should be reacting to the things happening in our current society. Because there's some crazy shit that happens all the time. And we are becoming desensitized and normalizing ourselves to the insane things that are happening via overexposure to social media. It's killing our empathy, our attention spans, and our media literacy. Now, if you click on this video and have no idea what Brad is or who Charlie XCX is and just think I'm gonna immaturely name call Kamala Harris for 20 minutes, that's actually pretty Brad of you.
Wait.
And not too...
Did he just... Wait. Did the title change while I was watching it? That was crazy.
Far off. But you know what isn't Brad, Kamala? The fact that your viral speech... Do I really have to sing it? That is what's written, right? I mean, yeah, I guess. So sing it. Oh, okay, relax. I'll do it. I can't hear you. Oh, hey. You think you just fell out the coconut... Louder. You think you just fell out the coconut tree. You exist within the context of all in which you can see. That viral speech has become the catalyst for the Kamala is Brat campaign. A campaign that is puppeteering a presidential candidate and appealing to the masses by stooping to the same level of brain rot meme entertainment that corporations who lobby for said candidate have monopolized. It doesn't sound very Brat to me. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not calling Brat brain rot entertainment. I'm calling the Democrats' shrewd attempt to mimic Gen Z brain rot entertainment. Because you see, Gen Z brain rot is an effect of a larger issue. It's a product of our generation's constant exposure to stimuli. It says something about the current state of our society. Skibbity Toilet is a product of all in which you live and what came before you. But Skibbity Toilet is weirdly similar to Brat. Hold on.
And people shit on me for saying all art is political. What the hell is this? God damn it. I get shit on all the time. Skibbity Toilet is political.
I know, that sounds crazy. In that it is self-expression. It's created out of existing and living. Skibbity Toilet is art. But self-expression is difficult, hell almost impossible for people who aren't involved in and don't experience a space to recreate. Take this example of Stephen Colbert trying his best to cash in on the Skibbity Toilet.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Do we need to even go into the lyrics of Skibbity Biden? Trump is using Hitler's language and you're telling me that's not political?
Trend.
And of course, for the very online, Skibbity Biden.
Skibbity Biden. Skibbity, skibbity Biden. Skibbity Biden. Joe. Skibbity Biden. Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language. Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language.
The layers of like No one's laughing. There's a studio audience watching this that starts laughing in the beginning, and they stop laughing about 2-3 seconds into the bit, but it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going. Trump, Trump. Uncomfortable studio silence. It's very SNL. Yes. I was surprised this wasn't SNL.
Now.
Just embarrassing. Also, what is his expression after that? What what do you call this emotion? Smell it. Regret. The face of regret. Fear. Yeah. He's skibbity broken. What happened to Stephen Colbert, man? One of the funniest guys on TV at one point. And the bit was that he was just a Republican. He died. Yeah, it is really sad what happened. Hashtag cancel Colbert? Bro, you're telling... You're telling me that I have so old. You're telling me that cancel culture is this old and we're still... Dude, everybody talks like this now. Every right-winger is just Stephen Colbert. It's just Gutfeld. It's just funny because he's pretending to be a... It's not actually him, and that's funny. I'm gonna play it without the visual, and you tell me if it's fucking Greg Gutfeld. It's literally him. It's literally him. Life imitates art. Time is a circle. Stephen Colbert has become real. The actual Stephen Colbert who played this character is a complete sellout liberal who has like no pulse anymore. And the media landscape has created an actual Colbert. And his name is Greg Gutfeld. It was to make fun of the owner of that fucking football team, chat. It was to mock this name that uses a slur in the name. It did not come out of nowhere. Come on now. We're watching a bit. It's a written comedy bit. Owning the libs with racism? Chat. Oh man, dude. I can't unsee like Ben Shapiro as well. Just like talking about like Twitter. How is this something... How is this like... Who cares, man? This is the generation that tells you to get off the computer. Why don't you get off the phone? Here's the thing that they don't tell you is that Gen X didn't know that a computer was a phone until 2021, I think. So once they realized that the phone is actually a computer. Sorry, Gen X didn't realize that the phone is a computer. There's a computer in there. They thought it was just a different thing, I think. But once they realized, then they got really online. And got really 2014 that I do not remember. Also, God, he's aged a lot. How is he aged? They should put this in a museum of stuff that sucks. He aged like a president. Yeah, what? How? And it got way less funny. Like, I admit, that was a really bad one. That was a bad one. Okay, this also might be a bad one. Gamergate? Oh, God. Okay. Do I not like Stephen Colbert at all, actually?
Folks, the 2016 presidential election is almost upon us, and I, for one, cannot wait to see who the American people elect next
maybe he was
for
never
John
funny.
Boehner to sue. Of course, former First Lady, former Senator, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is the current front runner, which is surprising since it sounds like she can't hold down a job. Now, Secretary Clinton says she hasn't made up her mind about whether she's running yet, but
Okay, I want to die anyway. Put this in a museum.
Now.
I'm not doing a gun.
Even he knew that was awful. And they're definitely overcompensating with that crowd laughter. I know nobody in there knows what Skibbity Toilet is. I don't even really know what Skibbity Toilet is. I'm pretty sure it's more of a Gen Alpha thing. But hey, you don't see me crossing into...
I mean, first of all, Skibbity Toilet is an anthology series of 3D animated movies. It's not that obscure of a concept. 3D animated shorts, I should say. Movies. I'm a boomer. I'm Brian Kilme. They're little movies in the phone. Right? That's what they are. Skibbity Toilet's a little movie in the phone that little kids watch on the iPad.
Into unsafe territory. I mean, okay, here's another example. We're all aware of corporations constantly trying to sell to their younger demographics. Dissecting this rationale Gen Z has embraced in order to cope under the boot of late-stage capitalism. An attempt to turn it around and recreate the language we've learned to speak, only to embarrass themselves with their uninformed and ill-intentioned motives. Psh, foreigners. You know what I'm talking about. The TikToks where brands are pretending to film a candid and spontaneous video, but it's clearly an advertisement to sell their product. And we laugh, because boomer.
Oh, somebody asked me to explain Gamergate. Is literally just like, by now it means something completely different than the actual situation that was, spawned it. It was a series of different situations and different people. But it ultimately is just like a movement of like reactionary gamers that started harassing women en masse for, I mean, a lot of like hyper-specific political-based grievances and misinterpretations of their own actions. It was just a bunch of women that wanted to like talk about how women always had their boobies out in video games, and they're like, "That's a little weird, right? That women always have their boobie out." And then they tried to find her and kill her. I think. They harassed her and like stalked her for years, and still do. So. And then it's coming back in a big way. I mean, people love harassing game devs these days, like the Asmongold's and the Mark Carries and all those little worms on Twitter. They love harassing game developers for like fabricated reasons that they made up. They like find some random tweet to get mad about and then try to like kill them. It's deranged. And you know they're blue check marks, so they're like paying to get higher like priority in the algorithm, and then build their following around like, yeah, guess who made video games woke? It's this Twitter account that I found. Everybody get them. That's how they operate, and that's Gamergate. It's the same methods, just new people. What's Asmongold's deal? Yeah, he's a freak. He's like a reactionary gamer who lives in an attic or whatever. Yeah, thank God Metal Gear has not gone woke or political yet. I'm grateful for that. Sweet Baby Inc. ruin games. Yeah, knowing what Sweet Baby Inc. is, it means you're too online. I know what that is completely reluctantly. You should not know what that is. It's literally nothing. If you care, you're an idiot. And you don't know anything about game development. From someone who actually, the only thing I'm ever even qualified to talk about is the games industry. From someone who actually like was getting a degree in games and talked to people in the games industry and worked with people in the games industry. You're an idiot if you think like a diversity like what are they called, like a broker or whatever, like an overseer type shit. What the fuck is it called? Weren't you a vet? Oh yeah, that's the only other thing. I did that too. Not a vet, but I was a vet tech. I went to school to be an RVT, and then I went to college for game design. A consultant, my bad. If you think a fucking consultant, a diversity consultant, has any actual like heavy effect on the final product of a game, like in a serious way that matters to you as the player, You're an idiot. You're deranged. You're sick. Like, stop. You don't care about the game development. You're just like getting involved in shit you have no control over and no power over because you're a freak. It is so deranged. It's a consultancy agency. Like, you're nuts. You're harassing people who go to meetings and answer emails as a job because you don't have a job. Literally just an advisor. People who just answer emails and go to meetings. Let them go to their Zoom meetings without getting harassed on Twitter. Like, god damn. Does one need math skills to study game development? Yes and no. Everyone will tell you that. It's a very annoying thing. If you know how to program, you know math. Just learn to code. And then you're fine. If you know how to code, you'll get decently far in like networking and stuff. A lot of pathways in the games industry are just meant for people who already know how to code, unless you're like an outstanding artist and get hired on your portfolio. But that's a lot harder and a lot more competitive.
God, they're so funny. But don't get me wrong, we still buy.
Would you recommend a career in veterinary? If you love animals and want to do it. It's really, really hard. It's really hard and really stressful. You also have to be really good with people.
But either out of necessity or other means of manipulation, not because the advertisements actually worked on us. I mean, have you ever seen a vape ad? We practically advertise them ourselves. And also, by the way, I don't condone vaping. Joffrey is a made-up Victorian child, if you didn't catch that. Now, coming back around to Brat, when I see...
What makes being a vet so hard? I mean, everything. You're dealing with, like, sick animals, dying animals, neglected animals, injured animals. Not all the time, but always, at least sometimes every day, you know? It's not all you're seeing, but you will, if you work in a animal hospital, you will. Unless you work in research. Well, yeah, I'm talking about client facing though. I never had like, I wasn't on the science side. I was on the field side. Client facing. It's not constant, but it happens every day. Like, you will probably see something sad every day. Like, very sad. If you could like animals that much. That's just the way it is. You have to, like, you get used to it. You cope. But it's very sad. Yeah, it's the best and worst job for an animal lover. But I also think the hardest thing is the people and the clients. And, like, the pet owners. Pet owners are the hardest. It's literally fucking insane, the kind of shit you have to deal with. So that's what made me leave. I just can't handle dealing with people that don't know how to take care of their animals and don't listen and don't, like, know anything, you know? It kills a lot of the joy. Yeah. And then, yeah, I ended up working with a lot of breeders, and I didn't like those people at all. What was the worst pet owner you encountered? The worst pet owner... What do you mean by worst? Sorry, I don't know. Like, there's neglect, there's greed, there's, you know, every range of emotion that you can experience. Most frustrating. I mean, I don't know. There are people that would just, like, they would ask for shit, and then you would tell them that it wouldn't work, or it would not work out the way they think because they don't know what they're doing. Like, people always think they have the answer and just want you to be the means of doing it, rather than you actually being the diagnoser and the fixer at the same time as the hospital. You know what I mean? Like, you're working to figure out what's wrong with the thing and cure it, or work to fix the symptoms of it. But everyone thinks they already know. because they Googled it. So that's very frustrating. But I mean, there's a lot of owners were like really frantic when they would bring in pets for like emergencies. The second place that I worked at had an emergency line, and it was the first phone number, or sorry, when you called the phone number, it was the first thing the automated message told you to press. It was like, if you have an emergency, press this number. And a lot of people would press it on accident to get a faster appointment. But, you know, a lot of people would press it for things they thought were emergencies that weren't emergencies, but they were on their way anyway, and they were going to come rushing in the middle of a scheduled hospital day. And you had to, like, fit their specific problem in, whether it was the first time they'd ever been there, if they were a long-time client that was, like, super entitled, because a lot of them were, because they, like, knew the owner, and he's really nice, and he's fucking nice to everybody because he's a nice person. You think you were, like, his best friend. Everyone thought they were his best friend. It was so frustrating. That's small business, though. That's working at a small business in general. Everyone thinks they're, like, best friends with the owner. That was, like, both of the hospitals that I worked at were like that. And the breeders were always the people that made that flexed on that the most. They were the most entitled. They were like, I know the owner. I get the appointments when I want. I get the prices that I want sometimes. And it's like, dude, I'm not making any more money based on how much I'm charging you. And they would, like, whine. It's like... So I had to do everything. So I would work everything from answering phones to in the back doing surgical assistance, handing tools, doing pre-anesthetic prep, doing preoperative prep, animal handling in the back for, like, getting animals in and out of kennels and stuff. And then I would also help in appointment rooms. So I would take people in with the doctor. I'd have the conversations with them. I'd help the doctor with the veterinarian with the actual diagnosis, whether it's like, you know, we gotta get a swab on the inside of their ear with a Q-tip to see if they have yeast or ear mites or whatever it is. Put it under a microscope, blah blah blah. So I would do all the prep. I would have everything ready. I would go, you know, I would help with whatever needed with the animal, whatever samples we needed, whether we needed blood, I would get the blood. Run the whatever we could in-house or send it out to the lab and prep that. Literally anything that would happen with the dog I would have to help with. And then including getting the owner checked out and charging them and doing all that. So from front to back I was doing every step of the way with each appointment. With whatever I assisted the doctor with. You know what I mean? It was like a partner thing that you just did. And then, you know, usually the doctor would go back to the owners while you did the sample collecting or whatever you needed to do. But yeah, all the owners ended up, you know, there's a lot of normal people, of course, but the fucking people that stick with you just stick with you so bad because they're so entitled and they're so, like, arrogant and so, like, their priorities are always out of whack. There was one lady that was like, we were trying to talk about this cat's thyroid, and she was like so freaked out that it had fleas and wouldn't shut up about how it had fleas. And it's like, lady, the fleas are the least of this cat's problems. We got to do blood work right now. And it was like covered in fleas. It was like dirty with fleas. And she was like, what? And it's like, dude, shut up. Anyway. That's my rant on the worst customers in veterinary, I guess. Sorry, that was just a tangent because somebody asked. But yeah, the breeders are always the most entitled. And you just have to, like, you know, it's every small business I worked at was always very customer is always right type shit. So you just had to, like, do whatever they wanted. And they knew. The clinic we took our dog to went out of their way to not only find his issue as fast as possible, but also to work with our financial situation, and they tried everything they could for his cancer, but before we inevitably had to put him down because he was suffering too much. They were sweet and patient with us the whole time, and they loved him a lot too. Yeah, you develop relationships with some of the animals that you see multiple times, for sure. Yeah, I mean, there are lots of times where you'd see a dog coming in multiple times for a specific, like, we would do laser treatment sometimes. So there was this big white Samoyed named Baloo who would come in and get his, like, arthritis lasered. That was cool. I got to use the laser. The laser was weird. Have you worked on bunnies? No, I didn't really do small animal or caged animal or anything. I mainly dealt with dogs and cats. When I was learning, in school I worked on dogs, cats, horses, and pigs, but mainly just the basics of horses and pigs. We didn't get into any nitty gritty with the large animals because I was mainly on the small animal track. I did clone many dogs though. No, not really. But we did have to do a lot of breeding shit. So I did have to help with a lot of semen collection, and that was the fucking worst. That was so awful. They cloned him. They cloned him twice. Yeah, I saw the leaked conservative phone call. New leaked audio from 2021. JD Vance says teachers without children disorient and really disturb him, and singled out American Federation of Teachers president Randy Weingarten for being childless and brainwashing children. Holy shit. Oh, this is awesome. This is so cool. Vance said she should have some of her own children and leave ours the hell alone. Meanwhile, Weingarten has 2 adopted children. This follows a pattern of Vance not viewing adopted or stepchildren as real children. Holy shit. It's just a phone call, so it's audio, but
Our conservative idea is that parents and families should determine what children learn, what values they are brought up with. You know, so many of the leaders of the left, and I hate to be so personal about this, but they're people without kids trying to brainwash the minds of our children. And that really disorients me, and it really disturbs me. Randy Weingarten, who's the head of the most powerful teachers union in the country, she doesn't have a single child. If she wants to brainwash and destroy the minds of children, she should have some of her own and leave ours the hell alone. And I think our conservative idea is that parents and families.
He was so disturbed by
what
that.
Children learn, what values they are brought up with.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So many of the leaders of the left, and I hate to be so personal about this, but they're people without kids trying to brainwash the minds.
I hate to be so personal. Okay, so you admit it's personal. He literally admitted he admits it's personal. I had a lot of super entitled people at my old job. It was a thrift store that used all the profits to fund domestic violence charities and allowed survivors to come in and get clothes-on items for free, but because of that, a lot of people would donate literal garbage and act like they were Jesus for giving us their used underwear. That's so nasty. That's nuts.
TikToks and memes being made theming Kamala Harris as a brat icon, I stop in my tracks. Because she's fucking not a brat icon. I mean, come on. But also, that is not self-expression. It's using a form of
used panties for abuse survivors. Thanks, man. No, that's sick.
Expression that resonates strongly with the group of people and turning it into propaganda. And unlike other obviously facetious attempts at Gen Z appeal, it's working. Or it worked. This video is a little late to the trend, I know. The Kamala is Brat campaign successfully uses the Gen Z meme and brain rot to recapture the heart and American spirit of the younger generation. How did they do this? They couldn't possibly recreate authentic Gen Z entertainment. Well, they didn't. We did. We did it for them. But before we get into the propagandification of what was supposed to be a Brat summer, let's talk about what Brat actually is. Brat is an album released by pop artist Charli XCX. Charli is one of the greatest pop artists out right now. I think that is pretty indisputable. She is pioneering and has been pioneering the revitalization of the Y2K sound. It's even pretty safe to assume she had some hand in the revitalization of Y2K in general. Her first project experimenting with this hyper-futuristic and strangely nostalgic sound came in 2016 with EP Vroom Vroom. Throughout the years, Y2K and this hyperfuturism seem to take shape and mold into a more concrete and generally accepted concept. Charlie's unique and undefinable sound became more broadly and unfairly definable with the rise of the term hyperpop, which is being used to describe anything with qualities associated with the ever-expanding genre. This is where BRAT comes in. Instead of getting scared away from the growing competition, Charlie chose to double down on her true and tried sound, fully embracing herself and thus creating BRAT, which is not only a clear homage to 2010s era pop, revisiting styles of dance pop, EDM, electropop with songs like Club Classics and Apple, but it is also a sincere and emotionally raw project that truly challenges a genre that tends to only focus on highs. Even if things get a little ugly, authenticity and vulnerability are priorities of this project's approach, with songs like Sympathy is a Knife and So I. Rather than conforming to the status quo on matters of aging, clean living, or etiquette, BRAT focused more on having fun, embracing their community, and unapologetically embracing individuality. This is the essence of BRAT. BRAT is basically a synonym for punk. It is living for the unfiltered you, free of judgment and concern spawned by societal roles or expectations. BRAT's album cover choice is intentional in that manner. Lime green isn't generally considered an appealing color, but hey, real is ugly. And ugly is lime green, I guess. Poor lime green. Aww. And even though I am a straight presenting man, and I understand—
Oh, are you caught up on Chimp Crazy? Yeah, I am.
And that BRAT is not intended for me, as I'm not nearly as restricted by societal expectations and judgment regarding gender, I do still love the sense of individuality it inspires. It's a life raft of—
I thought BRAT means you're selfish. I didn't think it meant just one thing.
Self-security floating in an abyss of incentivized, algorithmic, like-minded, that's a hard word. It's a life raft of self-security floating in an abyss of incentivized, algorithmic like-mindedness disguised as individuality. Even though the intention behind BRAT is that it is a brand and it needs to be sold, BRAT still promotes the grittiness and ugliness of reality. It promotes flaws and imperfections. And if more of that sentiment was promoted, self-security and self-confidence would be—
BRAT means disobey authority? I mean, yeah, it's pretty, like— I thought it was a vibe. I mean, it's an album. It's a song.
a lot easier to achieve. Which is why it's such a shame to see BRAT commandeered by a fucking political party. Now, I'm going to clear some things up politics-wise before we really get into the meat of this video. This video is not a don't vote for Kamala video. I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. Hell, I'm not even—
Don't vote for Kamala. I'm here to tell you who to vote for.
I'm listening.
Oh, shit. Wait. Don't vote for Kamala. That's what I'm saying. Vote for Glorp. So you hate pancakes? That's right. Don't do it. No, I mean, I genuinely think it's valid to withhold...
Kamabla.
I'm not voting for fucking Kamala Harris unless she commits to an immediate weapons embargo. I don't fucking care. Day one, it needs to be like not even something. It's not even a campaign promise. It's like I'm working to do it now. Like it's. I don't care if fucking liberals think that that's unrealistic. It's just. That's the price of my vote, even as a California voter. I don't give a fuck. I will stay home. I will choose the couch like JD Vance. My favorite comment about Kamala Brat was some guy on TikTok who said, "'Cause like Brat means, to me means a sub with attitude, and I'm not talking about a sandwich." Am I a bad person for voting for her because I'm scared I'm gonna lose my rights as a trans person? I don't see Kamala Harris having any consistent commitment to trans rights. I mean, since she's become vice president. I mean, she might have said some fucking symbolic shit in California when she was in Senate. I ain't heard shit. I'm gonna be honest. You shouldn't vote because you're scared. You should demand what you want and organize for it. And find organizations that support that point. Like, Trump is a threat to everyone, including the Democratic Party, demonstrably, and I think that doesn't mean that we need to sing Kumbaya right now. Kamala's never met a trans person. There's a trans person in Joe Biden's cabinet, so I doubt that that's true. There's a trans woman in Joe Biden's cabinet. I definitely agree with the sentiment. I'm just terrified of a Trump second term. I mean, listen, man. I'm terrified of a Biden second term in the form of Kamala Harris. Because that's not that much better. And that can't be the case.
Here to tell you to vote. We are in such a difficult and confusing climate politically that taking any action as a marginalized individual, let alone as a human being, reeks of consequence and guilt. So, no, I'm not going to be critiquing the Democratic Party and candidates Kamala Harris and Tim Walz on policy or any
See, notice I don't have any of these same criticisms for Tim Walz at all. I would love if he called for a ceasefire, but he's not really a foreign policy guy. He doesn't ever really talk about foreign policy. And he's smart for that, politically. Why would he? The most he talks about foreign policy is how much he likes China. Yeah, he hasn't said we're going to build the most lethal military, which is that not redundant? What else does the military do? Most lethal military, my ass.
Attitude that qualifies them as the right or wrong choice for America. This video, however, is about the ethicality regarding one of the strategies the Harris campaign decided to implement during their running. The BRAT-ification. God, the wordplay is endless with this one. Now, how did this all happen? Well, it was sort of Charlie XCX's. Oh, what? You can't hear me? It was sort of Charlie XCX's fault. What? You?
Yeah, I mean, voting down ballot, voting for laws, voting for propositions. That's all more valid than the presidential election, to be honest. Like, more important anyway.
Still can't hear me? I have to be louder? It was sort of all Charlie XCX's fault. So it's kind of all her fault. Now, I don't blame Charlie, at least entirely, for this. I don't support the endorsement personally, but I doubt she could have seen the influx of memes and TikTok videos coming. But now the biggest artist in the world at the time was pioneering a potential presidential candidacy. And because it's been some time since the trend started, I would like to remind you of its impact. Not only did this crossover gain over tens of millions of views on TikTok, but it made major news headlines. It made the official Kamala Twitter HQ account change its header to be Brat themed, which it still is. And it gave the Harris campaign its first glimpse of hope in securing the younger vote. Now, there's a few reasons as to why this crossover works so well. And we're going to talk about them, because that's why I'm here. That's why
I live in a deep blue state, ain't no way I'm voting for her. That's kind of how I feel as well. Like, being deep blue, I have the most ability to be like, no. I don't want to fucking vote for genocide. If the state is already going blue, like, red California is just impossible. And I'm not even saying, like, I still think swing state voters, it's almost more important for swing state voters to be talking about the genocide, to be honest. Michiganders. Minnesotans. Even Pennsylvanians. You don't have to do shit. Voting is private. You can say whatever you want. And advocate for what you want. I mean, listen. It's just about how you actually activate those things, right? And it's just, I think staying consistent is the best way to do it. And the campus protests are definitely coming. As school comes back into session, I think next month, without a doubt, there's going to be campus encampments again. I'm calling it now. Can't confirm? Yeah, I mean, they're already being planned. Like, it's coming back to the conversation in a big way. It's only gotten worse since the beginning of the summer. It's literally been a fucking bloody summer in Gaza. And this is all coming back in a big way. So I think people utilizing their voice is more important than anything else. Anyway. Folks are discussing best ways to exert pressure. Yeah. They've been pretty unresponsive, for sure. There was a Biden insider apparently that said a weapons embargo wouldn't do anything or something. It was like there was no point, which is insane. I don't know if that was confirmed or not.
I'm doing this. We're going to talk about all of them. One, Kamala is extremely personable. She's almost too much herself. She went viral for several speeches that seemed to be a little over the top, and her laugh is pretty much trademarked now. People began using this overt silliness and ease to seemingly be herself as a critique. Oh, she's crazy. She has a crazy person laugh. She's clearly on drugs, which is sort of the essence of Brat. Unapologetic self-confidence, not being afraid to be yourself, even if you look like you're on drugs. So once Charlie connected her own brand with Kamala's, it became a seamless transition. Brat was clinging on to and bringing forward Kamala's individuality, separating her political image from her personal one. It humanized Kamala, made her feel much more relatable. Ah, she's crazy and weird, just like me. Just like us. The Democratic Party didn't even have to make their unpaid Gen Z interns curate Kamala is Brat TikToks because the internet did it for them. Brat had already been established. There was no trying to recreate a trend and sloppily fail because the government is out of touch. Every business, artist, individual tries to crack the TikTok algorithm and alter their lives forever by becoming viral. But this opportunity just happened to fall into the Democratic Party's lap and became one of the most talked about phenomena of the summer.
Gen Z interns.
Even though it is still a...
Give me one sec, Chad. I think Rona has to go outside.
Completely separate entity to Brat Summer and Brat itself. This sub-trend is a newly formed branch of the already existing trend, which grew following a tweet by the creator of said trend and one of the biggest celebrity icons in the world. While connected at the root, they exist separately and are not mutually exclusive. Kamala is Brat, but Brat isn't Kamala. So this actually does more favors for both Kamala and Charlie XCX, since both trends can do and act separately from one another. For Kamala, it furthers the personification and humanizing of her political character. In this new sub-trend of Kamala is Brat, Kamala is a weird and quirky individual who has been embraced and celebrated for her weirdness and quirkiness. For Charlie, Brat and her brand can exist exactly as it did before, not feeling burdened or pressured by this newly affiliated political party, but rather gain even more exposure to the project and reach a new market, as again, it made major news headlines. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is a tightly knit, symbiotic relationship that preys on children and young adults' sense of individuality and confidence, which also just happens to be one of the most effective uses of political propaganda in the modern era. Just a quick reminder, Kamala Harris is a politician, and politicians inherently cannot be Brat or any adjective relating to unapologetic self-confidence and fighting the status quo. Politicians are quite literally trying to uphold the status quo. In fact, politicians shouldn't even be viewed with the same level of respect, empathy, or compassion we give thy neighbor. Their job is to carry out the legislation that we the people demand. So why the fuck should I care if Kamala Harris is unapologetically herself and co-aligns with a persona trademarked by experimental pop punk artist Charlie XCX? Who is British, by the way? She's not even fucking American. It's semantic. It's a business tactic. It's propaganda. They want us to connect with Kamala and with politicians. But what are they going to do for us, and how are they going to do it? That should be the basis on which you vote. Not because she's weird and quirky and has a crazy laugh. We're making it too easy, man. A lot of people were unfortunately brought back to reality during a Harris rally when Palestine protesters interrupted Kamala's speech.
Against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
Yes, so Brat, shut down the people advocating for a ceasefire. God. What? Again, I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm not here to tell you that Kamala Harris isn't objective.
Yeah, like that clip sucks. She corrected on it after that when it happened again. But it's not going to stop happening. And she's going to have to say more about this. She's going to have to answer some questions about how she actually is going to handle this instead of just being like, I'm working really tirelessly for a ceasefire. Which, like, doesn't mean anything.
Actively a better option than Donald Trump. I'm here to talk about principle.
Shrimp and
I'm here to
grits.
remind you that self-confidence, security, and fighting...
Remember, chat, the shrimp and grits clip is from Hamas accepting the ceasefire agreement. Three months ago.
Madam Vice President, Hamas has accepted a ceasefire deal.
Hamas has accepted a ceasefire deal 3 months ago. Shrimp and grits. We are working around the clock for a ceasefire. We are working tirelessly for a ceasefire. It's like, no, you're not. I know you're not. You don't actually have to do anything. Hamas has already accepted it. Multiple times in different forms. Like, the deal has been on the table. Israel has just killed principal negotiators and continued its genocide. Like, what do you mean? Where's the line?
Hamas has accepted a ceasefire.
Remember when Rafah was a red line? What happened to that? That was months ago. That was the beginning of the year.
Your reaction?
Shrimp and grits is how she answered. Do you want to know what's in my bag? Shrimp.
Israel and Hamas have both accepted different ceasefire agreements at different times, and that's not true. Israel has continued to change. Anytime Israel has accepted a deal, it's because they changed the terms and then accepted it. And then Hamas would not agree to the changed terms, which in a lot of cases included not a ceasefire. Shrimp and grits.
Societal standards is an important task that we need to keep fighting for. Not just because a brand uses it to promote their music. Because when it's rooted in profit incentives, late-stage capitalism will continue to manipulate our individuality. And Kamala is Brat does no different than exactly that. Stealing our desire, our desperation to regain some semblance of individuality. And using it as a...
Yeah, and then Israel killed their chief negotiator. Yep.
Marketing tool to further a political campaign is deliberate, not only to gain votes, but also an attempt to redefine individuality and freedom among the masses.
Yeah, and again, the last time Israel agreed to a ceasefire, they did kill civilians. They kept killing people. They didn't stop. The last time they said they agreed to a ceasefire, they actually agreed, and they didn't stop. It's not even a guarantee, and we can't even get that. Remember that, chat. It's not the be-all, end-all. It's the first symbolic step to ending what's going on. That's why the arms embargo is so much more important. No more weapons. Not one fucking more. It cannot be this way.
Why? Because real individuality, real unwarped, unthreatened thought means the option to question everything. And that is the biggest threat to capitalism, to privatize power, collective individualism. And that's why it is top priority among Western imperialists to indoctrinate and brainwash according to their planned social policies. So I want to end this video by reminding us that unbound individual thought that remains untouched, ceases to be pervaded by ulterior motives or a back pocket, is achievable. Even though we are constantly constricted by and confronted with distractions via social media and technology that is resulting in a more insecure and isolated outlook on life, it can be broken out of. I like to be optimistic if you couldn't tell. Separating it from the intention as a brand, the essence of what Brat is, of what punk is, living for yourself and in turn each other is vital to personal and societal success. However, not in the form of marketing a strong 9 to a 10, but rather it being taught and instilled by our community. Oh, look, another Saji video. Capitalism bad, community good. Is that how you're going to end all of your videos? No.
You probably didn't see this ending coming. If you enjoyed, please make sure to like and subscribe. All the support you help gives goes directly to me and my dying family. Wait, really? Brilliant. Just imagine saying no to a Victorian child. That would probably make you a horrible person.
It's my birthday
Cheerio,
and he was
see you
wondering if he could get some birthday Gordon later. Either way, mamma mia pizza pie.
Yeah, we can. I got a Gordon queued up. Chat, go like and subscribe. Good Saji video. Yup. That was good. That was Brat. I dare say the video was Brat. Gordon as a treat. Not yet, though. We got to get through Greg.
This week at a beach in Delaware. And with Harris, while Joe Biden spends this week.
Hey, chat, what are the odds he actually, what are the chances he's going to rhyme to start his intro like he almost always does? Instead of a joke, what if he just did a rhyme? A little leprechaun kind of riddle.
While Joe Biden spends this week at a beach in Delaware, and with Harris nowhere to be seen today, President Trump was at Arlington National Cemetery honoring the 13 heroes killed during the Biden administration's botched Afghanistan withdrawal 3 years ago today. Trump later going.
I could have sworn he set it up. Biden on a beach in Delaware, and Kamala is nowhere to be found, or whatever. He's like a Batman villain, but like a shitty one.
To Detroit and hammering Kamala's role in the chaos
caused by Kamala Harris.
I'm so conflicted. I would love to be coconut pill, but the goddamn audacity of continually saying ceasefire coming is we promise is so disheartening. Well, then you're not conflicted, chatter. I hate to break it to you. You just said you would love to be coconut pilled, and guess what? You are the average voter. Would love to be fully behind Kamala Harris, but in the back of your mind, you're like, hey, wait, what? That's weird. They keep saying they're working on this ceasefire thing. Like, you are not alone. You're not the only person. And it's not just a leftist thing. This is a human rights, human nature, like, crisis. A disaster, like, worse than any natural disaster that has hit America ever. You know what I mean? Like, in equivalency. It's like, there's no even comparison apart from the actual Holocaust in how systemically Palestinians are being murdered in Gaza. They were using AI. They were literally using an AI targeting program to find Hamas members in their homes with their families and rubber stamped the fucking drone strike that was targeted with AI. And then, yeah, when they're not drone striking with AI, they're raping Palestinian prisoners in prison to death. Ugh. It's like so bad. It's so bad. It's so like irredeemably, unbelievably bad in every level, and it's right in front of our eyes. It's just a fucking Google search away from so much reliable information that just demonstrates this is a genocidal apartheid state. It is inarguable, and the Democratic Party continues to be in denial. It's a bad play. It's not a good idea. We can't do this. Even if they were doing the liberal Zionists like Benjamin Netanyahu bad narrative, we could at least get him fucking tried in the ICC or some shit. We could at least like threaten a weapons embargo and try to fucking just try to stop anything. But they've just rubber stamped, just continued, just approved it. Would they just send like $10 billion to Israel? Like, it is so insane. We could just not do that.
Joe Biden, the humiliation in Afghanistan set off the collapse of America.
Trump has been on an Afghanistan kick lately. He has not shut the fuck up about Afghanistan. That's his new thing. I did not expect this, and it's definitely because the DNC did not give them enough content to run with, so they're just running with the recycled narratives from before. Oh, she's a flip-flopper, Bordazar, and now I guess Afghanistan. This is new. I guess he did say it was like the anniversary of it recently, but he might continue just saying this for the rest of the election, knowing him. It depends on how well it polls. I think it'll poll well amongst his base. He'll do a live poll, and if a lot of people cheer, then he'll do it. He'll never shut up about it.
American credibility and respect all around the world. Every crisis Kamala and Biden have created on the world stage can turn around very quickly, and we're going to turn it around. But only we need strong leadership. We'll get the resignations of every single...
Yeah, sorry. 2 weeks ago, $20 billion was what we gave to Israel. Not 10. $20 billion on August 13th.
We got a fact check in there.
Senior official who touched
He does sound like Sleepy Joe. You're right.
the Afghanistan calamity to be on my desk at noon on Inauguration Day.
It's also been 3 years since Kamala boasted about being the, quote, last person in the room when Joe Biden decided to go ahead with the Afghanistan withdrawal. Jesse, people consider you to be the last person in the room because that's because everybody keeps trying to ditch you.
Yeah, they just...
You fucked up Greg Gutfeld's joke, man. Come on. You messed up his delivery. Why is he... Dude, he looks like a toddler. It looks like it's Bring Your Son to Work Day for Jesse Waters. And this is his, like, stepson that he hates.
To be the last person in the room.
I thought we were watching Buttfield. No, he's on 2 shows, bro.
Because that's because everybody keeps trying to ditch you.
Yeah, they just left.
They just left.
Right. But you understand the reference, Greg.
Yes. Carlson's so punchable. He's not even on the screen right now.
That she was somehow involved in the decision, and it was
That's Jesse
her
Waters again.
wise guidance that he was relying upon. Listen, she was the last in the room in Afghanistan. She was the border czar, and she was the deciding vote on trillions of inflationary spending.
Border czar,
on
baby.
those 3 most popular Joe Biden items.
Yeah, they really haven't shifted really at all since the DNC. It's just the same talking points. Border czar, inflation, yawn.
She's basically like a conjoined twin. You cannot separate the two. And let's talk about foreign policy. What is her?
I'm a little dumb. How does Fox News make money? They're on television. They're the biggest cable news network in the entire country. They are the mainstream news.
Foreign policy.
That's how.
This is where the president has his most impact. You have a lot of room to maneuver there as commander-in-chief. We don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now...
Jesse
Whoa, Jesse, I don't like that.
Figuratively,
Take
again.
it back.
Have their way with her. Control her.
Jesse.
Situation chief. We don't know who she is. We don't know what she believes. She's going to get paralyzed in the Situation Room while the generals have their way with her. Right now...
Jesse.
Don't be rude.
Dude, he knew exactly what he meant by that. That's disgusting, bro. Jesse Waters is so foul.
Whoa, Jesse, I don't like that.
Figuratively,
Take
again.
it back.
Have their way with her. Control her. Not in a sexual way. You're now having F-16s getting sent over to Ukraine, and Ukraine's actually now invading Russia, and you're going to have her as commander-in-chief? That's nuts. Trump lays the wreath today, and besides the emotional impact that had and how sad the whole thing was, politically it was brilliant because Harris and
Who was giggling like that? It was definitely Greg.
Biden took the day off. It reminds everybody about what happened 3 years ago. And it was a very presidential look. And it shifted the momentum, that and the RFK event on Friday, completely.
RFK has given Kamala Harris like a 1-point boost or something. It's like the most that's happened. It has literally done nothing. I knew it. It's so funny. No one cares. He was doing... Dude, he was getting, at the time... Let's see what his actual poll numbers... They're even worse than I thought. His final poll numbers were so embarrassing. Oh my god, dude. He was getting 2.8%. That's so embarrassing. I was saying like 5, 6. He was at 6 like a month ago. No, he was at 5 a month ago. That's so funny. He's such a loser. RFK sweet baby. He's the new Jeb. He is literally the new Jeb. We're so back, bro. It's 2016.
Away from Harris after her convention.
That's interesting.
Judge, it's a good point. Joe's on vacation again. Harris,
please clap for my brain worm,
is distancing herself from the White House or campaigning. So for the 1000th time, who is running this country?
Yep. You know, I wish I had the answer. I obviously
God,
don't. I
Greg.
think we all think of the same person who has installed many of his former aides in the Biden
feral.
administration. But you know, this is what happened with Joe Biden when he ran for office. He was that moderate, okay, and he was in that Trojan horse as a moderate. And he backs up into.
He's so coked up, yeah. It feels like it.
The White House, and all the progressives that you can't even recognize for who they are go running into the White House. But
What?
Jesse's right. This is the one area where you truly cannot separate.
It's like a racialized, like, you don't even know who they are, just they're supposed to be here, the progressives. Like, all right, man, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Janine Pirro, Judge Janine. I know exactly what you're saying. Strangers. Yeah, I get it. Out-of-towners. No, I understand, Janine. No, I get it, Judge Janine.
Kamala Harris from Joe Biden, because it's not only I was the last person in the room, but the quote goes on, and you feel comfortable. I do. So, and when the Democrats call it a strategic and moral failure, what happened with the Biden administration, you know, that same Democrat who used those words, Congressman Ryan, when it came to Kamala, he says, or Vice President Harris, he says, we can't assign partisan blame. Yes, you can. You fire them. You make sure there are consequences. People, look, we knew that they left Bagram and they go to the Kabul airport, which has one run.
Dude, Afghanistan is such a perfect thing for someone like Judge Janine, because she could just like rattle off all this like stupid nonsense that she thinks is so important. Like they're trying to do like Benghazi with Bagram Air Base. This is just like Benghazi.
Way. They have credible information. They identified the person. They identified what he was wearing. They had a shot right in place. They couldn't get the approval to shoot. It was the rules of engagement that are so effed up with this Biden administration that it ended up killing.
Judge Janine, who should they have shot here?
170 Afghans and 13 Americans whose names have not come out of Joe Biden's mouth as he sat there and watched the boxes come off and the coffins, and he looked at his watch. But you know what? We know nothing about her history. All we know is that when she says every day I mourn and honor those 13, shame on you. That's the kind.
She's filling the like Roseanne Barr archetype. Conspiracy aunt. You know what I mean? Just sloshed all the time.
That's the kind of exaggeration that we don't
and
believe.
Mad and angry, like postmenopausal angry.
Gold Star family say
and drunk angry, all mixed up into one just unbearable conspiratorial idiot.
Biden never publicly named them, and he was not someone that they are enthralled with, and neither is she.
That's what they have to take to go to sleep.
So, Harold, Kamala says she's the last person in the room, but she denied who the dead person in the room was, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Shouldn't she be held accountable for that?
I'm just glad you didn't say we.
Dude, he looks like a fish. He looks like Freddy Fish here, I think. I suck at this. He literally looks like a fish. He's the little one, I think. It just spiritually, he looks like that. I see it. He's a little fish.
Shouldn't she be held accountable for that?
Or he's kind of like the Seaman guy.
Miau attack miau MEOEWM miau 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 memeau miau 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 sincerely miau gang.
Greg Buttfeld.
That?
I'm just glad you didn't say we talked about this in the green room. This was a colossal and catastrophic failure. Watching the president walk with those families, President Trump today walk with the families at Arlington, reminded me of that. The disappointing thing for me in all this is twofold.
Guy?
First, I I've yet to
No,
hear a real accounting of what happened.
Seaman.
I understand, meaning the decision-making process went wrong. I don't need to have anything disclosed that would reveal any secrets. But what was learned from it, and how do we ensure we don't make the same mistake again? I'm a believer in lessons learned, because you don't want these things. We're going to be confronted with something like this again, and we need to know
This guy
how and
looks more
why,
like him
how
than
we
Greg
can
does.
avoid this from happening again. Two, I never assign intentionality to any president. President Trump, President Reagan, President Clinton,
Yeah, they
President
don't mean
Bush,
it.
President Obama, certainly not President Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh
Lord.
shit, my bad. I had that pulled up on the side. I never assign intentionality to a president. Okay, now this guy wants food. Give me one sec. Presidents never mean anything they do. Ever.
As well. I don't think any president intends to put warfighters in a position where they can be killed. They may make wrong decisions, but their intent is not to do that. Nor do I think he intended for that to happen. But having said that, if I were President Trump and the team, just for the politics of it, I would want to, Greg's, the way you position us, I would want to be in a room standing side by side with Vice President Harris and ask the question, what did you think when you heard that plan and you were the last person to leave the room, and did you agree with everything the president wanted to do? And let the voters be the arbiters about whether she's telling the truth or not.
It's so stupid. Who cares about Afghanistan,
Last word to
bro?
you, Dana. Take it wherever you want.
3 years ago.
I shall. Thank you very much. So Mark Halperin, the political analyst.
Seaman TV commercial?
I may not look so hot to you, but you should see yourselves through my eyes. Creepy. My name is Seaman. You don't know me, but you will. Some say my amphibious nature makes me seem odd. That because I'm part fish, I must be cold, insensitive, and creepy. I beg to differ. You may not think I'm attractive, but your wife will. Grrr.
Hello? Seaman! Shop Amazon deals. Weird game. Should play that on stream.
He has this point that at this time in the campaign, you always look at who's winning that day's news cycle. And last Friday was the first day in many weeks that President Trump was able to win the news cycle, and that was when RFK Jr. endorsed him, and we'll talk about that more later. Today, Kamala Harris ceded the field to him. The only news she made today was about wanting to renegotiate the rules of the debate.
Mm-hmm.
He instead made a lot of news by being there with the families and then going and taking questions from the press when he went to his event, and he has that event in Detroit today as well. She was so eager to be a part.
Oh, is it hard to get the Dreamcast to emulate the microphone, right? I thought you could just do the input from the computer. Her hair does not look real. Yeah, it don't move. New Trump indictment for January 6th. Feds file new indictment in Trump January 6th case, keeping charges intact but narrowing allegations. Interesting. I mean, I'm never optimistic on that. The Georgia case got thrown out or whatever. Like, America's so corrupt. No one's gonna actually try to hold him back. Come on.
And to be seen, like in Veep, right? Like, I'm with the president, I'm here, I'm with the president, I'm doing everything. But that the other night when Joe Biden, a week ago tonight, said, and Kamala Harris, my vice president, was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, and he's waiting for the cheers. Everyone claps except for her.
Mm-hmm.
And she just sat there like, oh, I know this is one of my biggest vulnerabilities. But it was like breaking up with somebody who was super sentimental, and they have all the pictures, and your name's carved in the tree, and the stars are named after you, and then you break up and you can't erase it. President Trump is making sure that she's not going to be able to separate herself. We're not going to be able to forget that she was part of Biden-Harris. It's in the title.
I don't think it was appropriate to bring that up on live TV.
Which one?
Never mind.
Breakup.
The breakup. I thought it was
like it never happened.
What?
I'm fine. We're good. Everything's great. Got a dog. And things are moving along, you know?
He's the most divorced man in America. I'll be honest, he is. It's time. Filet mignon fondue does not go well.
Mount Sinai, New York, an upper middle class town on the north shore of Long Island. Inhabited by the working class and city commuters, with no shortage of trendy eateries.
Can't we?
And then there's the Handlebar.
Hello, Handlebar. How can I help you?
Bill Leroy, a former construction worker, and his wife Carolyn bought the Handlebar just 1 year ago.
Oh boy, the Handlebar was a really nice place, and when I saw it was for sale, I jumped on it.
And our specials menu? When we came into the Handlebar, we saw that it had been run down, but Billy being so handsy,
Now they're on.
we saw the potential of having a great place.
In its heyday,
smell it.
This was.
Wait, what is this? Shit. Loved how hair-raising it felt like you would know. That's crazy.
The place to be. This was the place that the judges came. This was the place that the lawyers came, the doctors came. Now it's not like that anymore.
No.
The nightmare began when 70% of the money was coming from the bar and
Dreamcast
almost
emulation
nothing was
doesn't work for games with mic support, really? I thought it would. That sucks.
coming from the dining room. When you can't turn 18 tables on a Friday or a Saturday night, you're in a lot of trouble.
Bill is an okay manager.
Can I bother you to make me a cup of coffee?
Billy usually stays at the bar, but being an owner, he has to be more involved.
And they say you're bulbphobic, yeah.
Like answer the phone.
Somebody on the phone?
Sometimes he can be very grouchy.
Now go put all the stuff back where you got it then.
Like his mood swings change.
Well, I've had it with these people.
This place is gross. Like dirt, filth that had been built up over the past 20 years.
The interior, it looks dated.
The decor, I think it's great. The core menu is basically the same as
It's like a bar, like a pizza place from the 70s. It's so funny.
inherited with the restaurant.
They look disgusting. I don't know why anybody orders them.
Melissa is an excellent chef.
I'm not a chef. I don't claim to be a chef.
Dude, I need to do a wizard video about collector's editions. Sorry. This one is so funny. I love Metal Gear Solid 3 and all. But I mean, goddamn. Oh wait, no, it's not a special edition. Fuck. It's just a different statue. I thought this was like for the game, but it's just a separate statue. This is cool then. Never mind. I think it's actually sick. But I was gonna do a wizard video about like the funniest special edition like boxes for games. Like the Resident Evil 7 one came with a replica of the house. Buy it. It's like $500. Hell no. It came with the Resident Evil 7 special edition, came with a replica of the nasty Resident Evil 7 house, and it also like smelled really bad. Like whatever like plastic they used to make it, like it just had like a terrible smell. So everyone that got it was like, dude, this house smells terrible. And it sucked. Everyone hated it. I'd love a replica of that house. Well, it smells like the actual house. It's ultra realistic, yeah.
I don't want to be
They actually put all the mold in there.
a chef. I'm not very creative.
Oh no.
5 minutes.
Okay, well she's immediately like, I don't want to be a chef. Gordon, what's wrong with my restaurant? I don't know what's going on.
Excellent chef.
I'm not a chef. I don't claim to be a chef. I don't want to be a chef. I'm not very creative. 5 minutes.
The food is crap.
My dish wasn't
I don't
think
even
hiring
want
me
to be a
wasn't
chef.
necessary.
Well, there you go. I mean, do you not have... The owner doesn't even know about this? What do you mean? This is insane.
Necessarily the best idea. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I don't intend for it to be my career.
I really don't think Melissa has any
Oh, why did they do
weaknesses
that
as
to
a
her?
cook.
The editors did her so dirty.
The
with
day
that.
we call it quits is the day we have not one penny to put into this place. We took out an equity line of credit that's almost maxed out, and
where is all that money going? Where is all that money going? If you're not even hiring a chef, if you're microwaving the food, is it just rent? Like, God.
drains our savings account.
God help us.
If the handlebar fails, we'd risk losing our house. Then I'd never want to lose my house.
We need to worry about you and me and the handlebar. Bottom line.
If Chef Ramsay doesn't come here, our time is very limited.
They use
I
the money to
definitely
apply to
don't
kitchen nightmares. Yeah, fuck apparently.
think it's another year.
Chef Gordon Ramsay is on a mission to turn the handlebar around.
Go west.
West, left, west, right.
Except he has one small problem.
Handlebar.
I'm lost. I wonder if you could help me.
Okay.
I'm right on the fork.
Gordon, we don't have a sign. Gordon, no one knows where our restaurant is. How do I run our... What's wrong?
But do I go left? Do I go right? Because they both say west.
Yeah, the Dead Island Riptide Bloody Bikini torso. Classic, dude. Classic. One of the most, like, unhinged special editions ever. Need stop. This is so nasty. I don't know why anyone would want this. This is gross.
Okay, so
Just a ripped up woman in your house. That's naive. Freaks. It's cute. I don't understand. That's a conversation starter? Okay, I get that. As someone who worked at a locally owned restaurant, it's very easy for money to disappear via owners and employees drinking without it being rung up or paid for. Yeah, I guess if your whole staff is doing it, you're just like eating your own margins or your own stock. That's so funny.
you're gonna bear to the right,
Right.
and there's gonna be like a big shopping center right after it.
Okay, there it is there. Handlebar.
There's Gordon Ramsay,
How do you know?
because I just talked to him on the phone.
Gore shaming arc? Yeah, I'm totally fine shaming people who like gore. That's gross.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Handlebar. Finally. Now, we're in Mount Sinai.
You're drinking
just outside
your
New
stock.
York. Mount Sinai. Sounds a little bit like cyanide. I hope it doesn't taste like it. I'm a little nervous to meet Chef Ramsay.
I'm Carolyn.
Karen. Hello, Bill. How are you? How are you? The man is an expert at what he does. The man is A, a well-renowned chef. B, owns beautiful restaurants because I've seen them on the internet.
Whatever you like.
You don't get that way because you're an idiot.
He's scared of this restaurant.
Hello.
Gordon Ramsay's like really hot. He has like a nice body and stuff. Like for an older man, he's very, very hot.
Oh my god. Right out the gate. Calm down. So horny, dude. She's seen that Gordussy. Yeah, she saw his butt in an episode of Hotel Hell, and she's like, he's very hot. Gordon gets hosed. It's just energy, dude. It's literally just energy.
I didn't want to serve him because I just talk and I just don't stop talking. So I was nervous if I said something stupid that I just wouldn't stop and I would just keep talking and talking and talking.
This is our dinner menu.
Right.
We also have our price fix menu
Right.
and the early
Wow.
bird specials.
Are you saying she's wrong? No, I think he's an attractive man. Do I think he's like hot personally? No. But I see what she's saying.
Okay, great. We'll have a quick look. Thank you.
One menu, two menu, three menu, four menu. Right. Definitely quantity. Let's hope it's quality.
I need to continue to cook this because I fucked it up.
Pizza fondue, filet mignon fondue, Swiss cheese fondue. Filet mignon. Weird. Excellent.
You ready yet?
Filet mignon fondue? What do you, why? Why would you want that? You missed it? Holy roll?
Pizza fondue, filet mignon fondue, Swiss cheese fondue. Weird. Excellent.
You ready yet?
I'll go for the soup of the day.
Soup of the day?
I'll go for the seafood crepe as well.
Oh, she was cooking while on the phone?
Quantity. Let's hope it's quality.
I need to continue to cook this because I fucked it up.
Not to the heat lamp. What the fuck is going on? Dude, okay, Gordon, how do I run my restaurant? It's like, do you not watch? Ever? Do you not see what goes on? Oh my god. This is in front of the cameras, chat. Like, they know. This is what they do all the time, I'm sure, if not worse. Where are the health inspectors? This is America, baby. What do you mean? Where are you gonna, who are you gonna call? You gonna do it? No? They don't see this. They only come in on a scheduled appointed date, depending on the state you're in. And you can have it real clean by the time they come in.
Pizza fondue, filet mignon fondue, Swiss cheese fondue. Weird. Excellent.
You ready yet?
I'll go for the soup of the day.
Soup of the day?
I'll go for the seafood crepe as well. And then I'm going to finish with the filet mignon fondue.
Filet mignon?
Please. Thank you, Nine.
Yeah, we don't have enough inspectors as well, so they only investigate severe complaints. True. And again, it just depends on the area, but it's just mostly just like not a priority for the government. They just don't care. Opening a restaurant's like very easy to do. You just kind of do it. Like, we've seen it. The owners themselves definitely don't have their food handling permits. This chef might not even have a food handling license. I don't know what state this is. But I don't even know.
No problem.
Restaurants equals economy.
Bar's nice and busy. Dining room's empty.
This is in New York.
Look at the place. The decor's ghastly.
I think it's delegated to local government, right? This is years ago too. In New York City, they have an unannounced inspection at least once a year. They check compliance with city and state food safety regulations. Yeah. Once a year. At least they say they do. Yeah, I mean that's not guaranteed. Especially for these restaurants that end up closing down, because you can stay open for a while just like pushing it off to the side and eventually you'll get closed. But like, you know, these people are already underwater and in debt.
It's so 80s. Even the fish tank's been here longer than me. Gosh.
What am I doing? I think Chef Ramsay came close to ordering the worst things, but you know, everything that's here is pretty much crap food.
Thanks.
Yeah?
Thank you.
No problem.
New England clam chowder.
When Chef Ramsay was sitting there, I was just praying that he was going to be happy with everything.
Where's Bill?
Let me see if I
Where
can
is
find
he?
him.
Thank you.
Dear goodness. Honey, Gordon
You missed
like
the
this.
clam
Let me see.
chowder?
I was just...
No problem.
Everything that's here is pretty much crap food.
Thanks.
Yeah?
Thank you.
No problem.
Wait, what?
Are you voting down ballot?
Yeah, probably. What, like... They barely gave him any. They just, like, splooged a little cream chowder in his cup.
New England clam chowder.
When Chef Ramsay was sitting there, I was just praying that he was going to be happy with everything.
Where's Bill?
Let me see if I
Where
can
is
find
he?
him.
Thank you.
Dear goodness. Honey, Gordon would like to see you for a minute.
Great. First thoughts that went through my head was, oh my
They did not make that today. They definitely didn't make that today.
God.
That is a hell
And
of
just
a
like to say,
mustache,
that's nicely seasoned, very tasty and perfect for a winter's day.
Oh.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Nice.
Melissa does a nice job.
Grabs it.
I'll
He liked it?
check on the rest of your food.
Thank you very much.
It was made Friday. He liked it?
I'm glad.
That's nicely seasoned, very tasty and perfect for a winter's day.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Nice.
Melissa does a nice job.
Grabs it.
I'll check on the rest of your food.
I guess he liked it. They might.
He said your soup was fabulous.
Really?
Yes, he loved it. I think Melissa's a great cook. I think she's
Really?
very creative. I think Melissa underestimates herself a lot.
But I thought it came out pretty shitty this time.
There's seafood
Wow.
babes. There's crab in there, there's lobster, and some shrimp in there also.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hey.
Chef Ramsay seems to have a habit to take his food apart before he eats it. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say.
He likes to get in there. He likes to smell it.
How is everything?
Rubbery. The scallops are firm. The prawns are way overcooked.
Oh, God.
And the crab meat, it's plastic.
It's imitation crab meat.
Yeah. If you told me it was imitation crab meat, I wouldn't have ordered it.
Plasticky.
Oh, God, help me.
Well, that was a disaster.
Seafood crepe. Yeah, that's seafood crap.
This is the worst of it, I'm sure.
Dude, he destroyed him. He destroyed the entire
Good.
business.
I'm waiting on my beef fondue, filet mignon fondue, which is raw. So why am I waiting so long?
There's
You're
the steak.
fired.
And this is the oil.
Ew.
Thank you.
No problem.
Nothing like waiting to cook your own meat, is there?
Yeah, how
Right,
did it
put
take
in.
that long?
Time for a little prayer.
You just dunk it in there?
Comes out looking like dog food.
He spits it out, I'm leaving.
Yeah, what?
That was rancid, pointless, tasteless, a complete, utter joke.
I'm gonna cry.
Why would you deep fry a filet mignon?
Yeah, it's just a waste. It's like the guy using only wagyu. I used the wagyu burgers, and there's this frozen shit wagyu that he just makes into the nastiest, bloodiest patty. It's all bleeding all over his plate and shit. He uses a wagyu. It's just like that. It's just a huge waste.
One of the country's best steaks, deep fried.
Filet
That is
mignon, you're
stupid.
literally wasting it.
No.
It's like
I
hot
wanted
dog
him to be
all
happy
wrong.
with us, but I kind of knew
Yeah, it's
deep
just a vat. He gave him a vat of hot oil for him to just drop his steak chunks into. Like, what the fuck?
down inside that there has to be something wrong with the restaurant.
idea.
Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Oh my God, what a disaster. Disaster.
Say that it is not.
It's a disaster.
No, it's not.
After an underwhelming first meal,
Okay, pull together.
Gordon realizes that the owners and the chef are oblivious to the restaurant's real problems.
What's wrong with the business?
It's this room as you see it, and we can't fill 18 tables on a Friday night.
That's the problem. No, the problem here is the food.
What state is this? It's New York.
I never really had complaints about the food, so that was never really an area of concern to me.
When the fondue arrived, I mean, that's just a joke.
I don't enjoy the fondue either.
But you're the chef, aren't you? You're the one that's, you're running it as the head chef, right?
That's the intent.
So change it.
I don't know what to do about it.
Have you lost your passion?
I never had a passion to begin with.
Like, I don't want to be here. Yeah, Chef Eeyore.
I don't want to be a chef.
She hates it.
I was really shocked that that's the way she felt.
So you're not a chef?
No.
I had
Hire people.
applications
None
for
of
the
them
job here as a chef. When she approached me and said, would you give me the opportunity? I mean, you don't ask for that opportunity if you don't care what you're doing.
Why did you take the job, Melissa, if you're not a chef?
The other guy was going out, that was here.
Okay.
I didn't think our situation was as bad as I'm finding out minute by minute.
Having exposed Melissa's apathy in the kitchen,
I don't need this. I'm out of my lines.
Gordon observes a dinner service to find out how her attitude is affecting the food.
Oh, gross.
I know he's here to help, but it's still very nerve-wracking having someone of his stature standing there staring at you.
What do they do?
The mushrooms.
Is that how that goes out like that?
Yes.
Holy crap.
Stuffed mushrooms.
Gosh, those mushrooms look sadder than a customer.
Gordon said they're very sad mushrooms.
Why? When, just now? Actually, that's a recipe of my own. I made it myself. I was very disappointed that it wasn't presented to him the right way.
People eat them, chef?
For you? What's my choice? Potato, rice, vegetables?
Baked potato, mashed potato, french fries, rice, little veggie. We use half instant, half with fresh potatoes. As rice.
Myself.
Gordon said.
Holy crap.
Stuffed mushrooms.
Gosh, those mushrooms look sadder than a customer.
Gordon said they're very sad mushrooms.
Sad about a mushroom.
Why? When, just now? Actually, that's a recipe of my own. I made it myself. I was very disappointed that it wasn't presented to him the right way.
People eat them, chef?
For you? What's my choice? Potato, rice, vegetables?
Baked potato, mashed potato, french fries, rice, little veggie. We use half instant, half with fresh potatoes.
Why do they mix the powdered mashed potatoes with fresh mashed potatoes?
That's a way of reusing the baked potatoes.
So you don't even actually make fresh mashed potatoes?
No.
No.
Do you want mashed potato, baked potato, french fries, rice, or vegetables?
He didn't answer why. He just said the potatoes aren't even fresh that are for the mashed potatoes. He wasn't talking about the powdered ones. He's just talking about reusing baked potatoes, I guess, that get cooked and don't get served as like a open-faced like baked potato. They mash those with the instant mashed potato. He didn't even acknowledge the instant accusations. At least they're being transparent. No. He dodged the question.
Okay.
That's burnt.
A little more done than usual, but other than that, yeah.
I guess the server was being prepped.
Just an hour into dinner service and the restaurant has run out of basic vegetables.
We ran out of broccoli cauliflower?
Yeah.
And replaced them with an unusual substitute.
Radishes. Yes.
Wow, I've never heard of that before. How are you, radishes?
Honestly, Gordon?
Of course.
Not something I would, expect with my steak.
You want some veg,
Plate
right?
of fucking radishes?
Is there anything to keep him happy? Have we checked with Melissa?
I wouldn't eat the radishes either.
So customers are complaining about no vegetables. Any broccoli, vegetable, carrots or cabbage?
Veg.
Ah, veg. Oh, stop. What is it? They're stalks.
Yeah, that's a frozen bag. That's why it's crap.
Dude, she's so honest.
Even though Melissa is managing to keep up with the orders, the customers are still not satisfied.
I don't like it at all.
This is bizarre.
It's not real crap.
And Gordon needs Billy to finally understand that the food is Handlebar's biggest problem.
Billy, customers are complaining about the food. You can't walk around oblivious to the fact that you think this is good.
Yeah, but it's not bad in everybody's opinion.
Oh my God.
You can't take care of everybody's taste buds. Something that some people like, other people aren't going to like that at all.
No one's got any control. And basics here that have just gone completely fucking wrong.
Yeah, why did
if
she
you
work
accept
here?
it, everybody else has accepted it. And truthfully, you've accepted it.
Oh, absolutely not. I was kind of really disappointed. I knew we needed help. I didn't think we were that bad. I was quite skeptical about his intentions.
Of course he's accepted it. He just said it's not bad to everybody.
Whatever. Really starting to dislike him.
After witnessing last night's pathetic dinner service, Gordon comes in early for a kitchen inspection.
What a mess. Nothing labeled, portions taken out. That's dreadful. Broccoli. Last night we ran out of vegetables. God, the chef can't be bothered to cook fresh broccoli. The reminiscence of Exxon Valdez. Oh my God. When was the last time the back of the fridge was clean? And you look at it. What is that in there?
Oh my God.
Oh my God almighty. That there was a clam.
Stop, Gordon.
Oh, what a mess.
The state of the
smell
fridge
that.
Melissa, you got 2 minutes?
has only confirmed Gordon's
Bro, he
belief
was digging his hands and all that.
that the restaurant
He found the poop drawer, literally.
lacks true passion and leadership.
So, you're in charge of the kitchen and the general hygiene, yeah?
Supposed to be, yes.
Why is it in a mess?
It's 100
Don't
times
be
cleaner than
rude.
it was 6 months ago.
Sure it was. Okay. When was the last time you had a little wipe down there or in here? Just even
That I've never done.
My God.
Never.
Unbelievable.
Gordon, stop,
This
stop.
is embarrassing.
That usually does clean that.
Right, okay. And I'm glad you're starting to make excuses for it.
Yep.
If you thought this was bad, have a look at this.
Chef Ramsay seemed to feel that I was making excuses for everything and really had no idea of the past practices that had gone on here.
Okay. Last night we served frozen vegetables to a customer, and we got 2 boxes of broccoli there.
You know, I can't do it all.
Yeah, another
That's
poop
it.
drawer.
You were happy to serve frozen broccoli over fresh broccoli. I'm trying to open up your eyes, Billy, and explain to you, what the current situation is. When was the last time this fridge was cleaned?
A week ago.
You could see the dust right next to her stupid head. It's caked onto everything, dude. This is so nasty.
Oh, come on. This hasn't been cleaned in years.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't. I'm sorry, 21 years in the business, I'll bet every fucking dollar I have,
Actually
this
clean.
fucking place hasn't been cleaned in years. I'm disgusted. Put your hand down there.
You still
smell it.
Never did bend down and touch it. It was a big thing of denial for him. I'll take responsibility for the fact that I haven't changed it, but it's not all my fault,
Everything's coming out, and this place is gonna get cleaned.
I wish he'd give me a little more credit for cleaning it up as much as I have so far. It looks 60, 70% times better than it used to look.
Yeah, based on your fucking word, bozo. What does that mean? Okay. It's still nasty as fuck. You still got a poop drawer in there.
Yeah.
Billy, that's disgusting. No, it's not fine. We've got a big problem. When was the last time that fridge was steam cleaned?
I had the kid in there doing it last week.
Did you check what he'd done?
No, obviously not.
So why can't you act like a man and do something about it?
What kid, bro? Pay a real guy. Pay a real fucking service. I had some kid do it. Yeah, well, no wonder it's fucking nasty. God.
My God. I just don't even know what to say anymore. He just keeps tearing apart everything that wasn't done and not giving me credit.
Business
or,
owner.
pat on the...
And he's not giving me credit. Bro, have you seen your fridge?
back to things that were done.
So nasty.
Unfucking believable. So that just proves and confirms how weak this guy is. He's not running this place. This place is running him, and is in need of a fucking serious clean. That is appalling.
Prompted by Gordon's shocking discovery, Melissa enlists the waitstaff to do a thorough cleaning.
What do you use to clean that?
Bleach and soap.
It's disgusting. I really wish I had a mask on me right now.
Yeah, put a mask on.
Billy.
They did not get paid enough for this.
Just
hire a professional service. Why are you forcing your... Oh, my God.
Seconds him.
I was hoping he was going to tell me, I understand, Billy, that this isn't your fault, but it really needs to be taken care of, so let's take care of
It
it.
is your fault. You
I'm fucking
lazy
pissed
fuck.
off. And I'm upset on the kind of
Get
shit
it.
that I've just discovered in there.
Time to drag me through the mud some more. It is what it is.
You don't seem one fucking ounce bothered about it, Billy. You can't just stick your head back in the sand and ignore it, Billy.
Sure you can. What do you want me to do?
Sure
Flip
you
out and yell
can.
and scream
The
like you
molto
do? That's
spores
not my
in that
way.
kitchen
The
are
responsibility's yours,
controlling
Billy.
APS brain.
Yeah, true. He's getting taken over by the mold.
Want something done right, I guess you have to do it yourself. But maybe I'll just get rid of everybody in the restaurant and I'll do it all myself.
Great idea.
And then when it doesn't work out, and then when I drop dead because I fucking sleep 2 hours a day, then maybe it'll get done. Or maybe, who cares, once you're dead, it doesn't make a difference anyway.
Oh, come on. Now I feel you're copping out on me now.
Well, because now I'm just getting dragged through the mud.
You're a weak man, Billy.
Got him. You're a weak man. Damn. He is. He's a fucking whiner. This is all because he got his feelings hurt. Because Gordon's being serious with how gross his restaurant is. Oh, you're raking me through the mud. Give me a break. Come on, be nice to me, please.
I really
I'm glad you
had enough. I was not going to be ridiculed just for the sake of needing his help. Finished.
Can you at least talk to me?
Nope.
Not even addressing the problem.
Billy, can you talk to me, please?
Nope. I have nothing to say.
Billy.
I wouldn't talk to my dog the way you talk to me. Go fuck yourself.
He's so sensitive. Don't
That's
be
right.
rude.
The hell with everything. I'll make it work myself without his help. Everything in my life that I've ever set out to do, I did on my own. Finished. All right. I'm done.
What a weak man.
So weak.
Billy!
He's leaving.
Unable
He
to
can't
accept
handle it.
Gordon's criticism,
Billy!
Billy decides he's had enough.
Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck them.
The fridge is disgusting. I've asked for it to be cleaned. He's telling me I'm dragging him through the mud. And he fucking walks out.
He's mad right now and he's being stubborn. He doesn't want you to leave. He wants your help. He's just not. Right now, he's too ashamed to admit it.
I just want him to act responsible.
While Gordon tries to make sense of Billy's actions,
He doesn't have to act like a baby.
Billy rehearses a speech to Gordon.
I am so done. Creepy. Don't act me on. I have nothing to say to you. Not a word. There was nothing in my head that made me want
Why
to
do you
think.
need to rehearse that? You're just saying no.
Found a cigarette.
Creepy.
And reconsider about doing this.
Can you go out there and just, have a word with them? You guys are the backbone of this place. You can't just throw the towel in.
I knew Billy would get mad,
Done. Just fucking done with all this bullshit.
but honestly, you don't face the truth, you can't do anything about it.
Dude, look at all the doo-doo on the walls. This is so gross. You can't serve food like this. That's so fucked up. Get her out of that corner, doo-doo wall.
You're giving up on yourself, this place, and all of us.
I wouldn't talk to my dog the way that jackass talks to me. I'm done.
Such a baby.
He's telling you the truth, though, Billy.
Great, there's ways to go about it. 46 years old, never been talked to like that by anybody, and you know what? The only thing that's keeping me from fucking hitting him with a fucking baseball bat is that I'd go to fucking jail for it. I'm done. 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 Finished.
What are they even? They're not saying anything. He's just hyping himself up, and now he's gonna go hit him with a baseball bat. Like, bro, all he said was, "Look it, smell it. Look at this fucking doo-doo in your fridge." I can't believe he's so weak.
You're not the man everyone here thought you were, Billy.
Absolutely not.
You're gonna give up, and you're gonna give up on all of us?
Yeah.
Fine, be a fucking baby, Billy.
Fuck it, I'm done.
Got him. Baby.
Yeah, you know what? Put the place up for fucking sale and go back to construction and enjoy my fucking life the way I used to before all of this bullshit. We'll go to bankruptcy court and just give it all up. Fuck it, I'm done. Bye. So help me God, I will not open the door tomorrow. You can all go fuck yourselves, and I don't care if it's all for nothing. Do not care.
This is what happens when a narcissist gets a narcissistic injury. They will pull the ripcord. They'll fucking ruin your whole life because they got the boo-boo on their feelings. 100%. Over making them upset. Literally. That's like textbook narcissism. That's crazy. Tell me what I'm doing wrong. Mold plus shit drawer. I'm doing nothing wrong. How dare you accuse me? I wouldn't even talk to my dog the way I talk to you if my dog had a shit drawer in my kitchen. I would pet him and tell him he's a good boy, actually.
Billy! You know what? I'll survive somehow. Billy,
I'll survive somehow.
Unbelievable.
Having just
Ramsey's
missed
trying
her
to fix your restaurant, you're like, no. I'll survive somehow. I'm running away.
Chance to defuse the situation, Carolyn now faces the prospect of running the Handlebar alone.
Very upset. I have a husband that's ready to throw in the towel. So here I am, stuck holding the bag.
Let me help you.
I want you to help me, but I don't know what to do. I have a job that I have to work so I can pay my mortgage.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Why can't we work at turning this around?
I would love to work or turn this around.
Okay. Let me open the restaurant tonight.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm feeling
scared he's gonna get shot by one of these weirdos now.
that I'm gonna do what I have to do to make everything work. Because I'm not walking out now and I'm not flushing the last 17 years of my life down the bowl.
To further inspire Carolyn to
Down the
move
bowl.
forward with the plan, Gordon shows her the dedication of her staff.
What a difference. It's looking great. Huh? You've done a great job.
We were clean to walk in. We were more or less just doing it to just show that, like, we are dedicated and we do want this to work.
Billy's gone.
drunk, yeah.
Whether he comes back later or not, it's not going to affect what we're doing tonight. We're opening, and we're opening with a clean fridge, healthy attitude. We're hungry to get this place full. Yes?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Her courage now bolstered by her staff's support, Carolyn leaves Billy a message.
Billy, I'm not gonna stop now. I will do whatever it takes to make my restaurant succeed with Chef Ramsay's help. I'll succeed. I just told him my determination that I'm going forward with this, regardless if he wanted to or not.
Fuck yeah. Girl boss.
The restaurant is about to open for dinner, but to get the Handlebar moving in the right direction, Gordon makes some quick additions to the menu.
Melissa, let's do a special tonight. Some fried clams with a homemade tartar sauce. Ipswich clams.
Chef Ramsay, he's one of the best chefs in the world, you know, standing right next to me, and it was very surreal.
Generously season them with the flour. Straight in, into the fire, and then again, a nice little season there.
Okay.
Yeah. The minute the customer arrives at the table, they sit down, and we need to give them fresh, hand-cut, homemade potato chips.
That's awesome.
A warm welcome.
No, those are good. This
so
place
sick.
is more laid back, so I think the chips are a good idea. It's different.
Nice.
Hi, good evening. Do you have a reservation? I thought
really
it was
hard to
great
fuck
that
those
Chef
up.
Ramsay could show us how to make such a simple thing like potato chips that everybody would love.
We do have a special appetizer today.
Deep fried clams with a homemade tartar sauce.
All right, we'll do that.
Yeah, you'll do that.
Potato chips are going well, special's going well. Keep it going, yeah? Nice atmosphere in the dining room, really good.
Clams.
There we are, clams.
They love the clams. They said that's the best thing that they've ever had here, so it's going really good.
We're not serving dirty bowls to the table. Let's go, Melv, yeah?
I didn't think he was going to come back. I was really, really surprised that he came back so quickly.
I am
outta
angry
here,
about things that transpired earlier in the day, still.
Hours after threatening to sell the business, owner Billy returns to the Handlebar just in time for dinner service.
There was absolutely no part of me that still wanted Chef Ramsay to be here. I wanted him to be gone.
Billy, come on. Let go of it. When Billy came back, he had his bad attitude of, yeah, whatever. Billy, please, I love you.
That's why I'm here.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
I can honestly say that I love my wife more than anything in this world, so I came back here for my wife.
While Billy tries to reconnect with his restaurant,
I need my food.
Melissa struggles to give the waitstaff complete orders.
I ran half the fucking order. I need the rest of it.
And there's a lot of problems.
Who's this for here, Melissa? It's been here 37 minutes.
I don't know. The crepes, I forgot half of it, so.
Melissa, just stop communicating. I mean, that's just how Melissa is. And I think that's when we ran into problems.
Are any of my foods coming out for any of my tables?
I have no idea.
Sounds taking up so freaking long.
We've been waiting over 2
Communication
hours.
is the one thing, and it's not happening right now.
Oh, boy. And I was, in the weeds so much, I really couldn't tell who was waiting and who was wanting.
I need salmon Pawnee area.
Was the salmon on that?
I think Melissa got very flustered back there. This place was total chaos.
It's 9 o'clock. I've been here since what time?
5:30.
I just don't know what to say.
With the orders backed up in the kitchen.
Killing me.
Whatever.
God help us.
Impatient, hungry customers begin taking out their frustrations
You shouldn't have come.
on each other.
Know what you're talking about before you open up your
Oh my
mouth.
God, they're starting a fight.
I can open up my mouth any time.
You can do what
Can you please stop talking to my parents this way?
That's ridiculous.
It's a total disaster. And really think I'm to the point now that I don't know what else to do.
Come on, Billy. Can we talk about it?
Come on, Billy.
Billy has no choice but to listen to Chef
Picking up their
Ramsay because if
pitchforks
he
and
won't
torches.
listen,
There's civil war happening in the dining room.
then we might as well just shut the doors and walk away right now.
I have never, ever, ever seen my kitchen fall apart like that. Ever. Ever. On our busiest nights. Never have I seen that. Ever.
Melissa has to talk now. This is the most crucial stage of the service where she has to open up and talk.
And get help from the
And
other
get
two.
help. It's just delegate with so many tables on.
The man is one of the top chefs in the world. And maybe I should put
These
aside
guys understand
the
this.
ill feelings and listen to what he has to say.
Most business owners don't ever even fucking take that seriously at all. At least he understands that.
Not be communicating, but the menu is vaster.
Yeah, maybe.
I see what you're saying. At that point, I was very open-minded to his ideas.
Yeah, maybe
Seriously, I'm pleased you're back, yeah? You're the foundation of this place. We have a little chat with the staff because I think they would like to hear that we're all on the same track.
They haven't done the remodel
The first
yet.
hour of service
Just
was
redo the
amazing.
menu.
And then we got backed up. We got backed up bad.
Oh, no, this is the
Melissa,
first night
you
of
refused to
service,
communicate.
right?
I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Honestly,
I turned myself
this
down
menu
now.
has to come down, yes? That has to be condensed.
It'd be appreciated.
New,
that better?
small, dynamic
Sorry, chat.
menu. A menu that we can push out.
It'll be real nice to get a new menu that'll be more concise and in order. It'll be good.
Relaunch tomorrow night. We have to make it a success.
this
Get some
sound?
sleep, yes?
The Dreamcast opening?
In preparation for the
What?
relaunch,
Bro,
Gordon's
hire a
team
chef.
worked through the night updating Handlebar's tired, dated look.
Ready? Let's have a look at the new handlebar. Let's go. Up. Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
This is awesome.
Oh, my God, it's gorgeous.
This place looks awesome.
It's fresh. It's new. Billy, it's warm. There's nothing that's antiquated.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm taking notes for my own restaurant.
Oh, it's awesome.
Feeling wow. Wow is all I can say. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
What about the lamps?
No more gloves.
No more gloves. No more gloves. We are no longer stuck in the 80s. Look at it. Warm, bright, vibrant, happy.
Yes,
Good.
thank you. Everything is awesome. It's incredible. I'm
don't
totally
like it.
blown away.
They definitely didn't
Billy.
have to take away the orbs.
You have Long Island's first ever
Whatever.
gastropub.
No one knows what that is.
Gastropub, what the fuck is a gastropub?
What's a gastropub?
Good question,
Thanks.
gastropub. Good question.
I've never heard of a gastropub, but if we're the first on Long Island, that is so incredibly awesome.
A gastropub is warm, open all hours, come and relax and enjoy with no intimidation. We cater for everybody. It's perfect for the neighborhood. There are 25 gastropubs in Manhattan, and they are doing a phenomenal amount of business.
A pub with an emphasis on fine food at reasonable prices. That kind of hit home. It was exactly the type of place that my wife and myself were looking to turn it into.
Bar with food. Wow. Who could have
Knowing
thought?
Billy and Carolyn's love for motorcycle riding,
Let's go.
Instead of a
Ready to make some
shitty restaurant that served doo-doo.
noise, yes?
Gordon has organized Handlebar's first annual motorcycle rally to help spread the word about the relaunch.
Ecstatic?
Ecstatic.
But what Billy and Carolyn don't know is Gordon has reached
They're
out to
bikers.
another bike enthusiast rock and roll legend.
Twisted Sisters' very own Dee Snider. Hey! Good to see you, Al. Thank you so much for coming. Harold, and Bill, Dee, Twisted Sisters.
I never would have imagined here I would get on my bike and ride with Chef Ramsay and Dee Snider. It was like, oh my God, how cool is that?
Billy, are you ready?
I don't know, I guess they're
It was
friends.
phenomenal that Gordon Ramsay got him to come here and help us kick off the new start of the restaurant.
I thought we were trying to get out of there. Entire episode is so Long Island.
It was
I
nice
know.
to get out there and ride. It was nice to see that Chef Ramsay could ride a motorcycle and enjoy himself. It was a lot of fun.
Right, let's go. Get these out.
The grand reopening of Handlebar tonight.
Come down to the Handlebars reopening
Oh, we're
tonight.
not
Grand
gonna take
reopening,
it.
come
Oh.
on down. Come on down.
That's very
I'm smiling because I feel that the handlebar is pointed in the right direction now. We have some place to go and some place to look forward to.
Now that the word had spread, Gordon gets back to the crucial task of introducing the new gastropub menu.
That's the menu in front of it. Look at it. There is nothing complicated on there. Whether it's the
That looks
steak,
good.
mussels, the salmon, the sausage, everything is so simply done.
The new menu, I think, is phenomenal. He consolidated it down to a lot of the comfort food type favorites, just served in a different light.
Melissa, this is the night that we make the statement. And when we start getting in the weeds, you have to come out yourself and open up.
Yes, sir. Chef Ramsay put his effort into this to change us, so we're gonna try not to let him down.
We're going to start confirming the first ever gastropub in Long Island.
After the bomb last night, I'm sweating. I'm nervous to see how my kitchen pulls it together.
Make it work.
Good evening. Welcome.
I'm pretty sure he tried to sue Trump over the use of that song. Yeah, most songs.
Grand
That is the
reopening of the
case.
Handlebar.
Nice to see you, my darling. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
And Chef Ramsay's motorcycle rally has clearly spread the word about the relaunch.
Enjoy your meal.
I was right, by the way. I predicted that the Foo Fighters would sue Trump for using Hero for RFK, and they are.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
With Billy appearing to embrace Chef Ramsay's changes,
Does
Everything's
she still
homemade.
not want to be a chef? I don't know.
Everything.
all eyes are now on Melissa to step it up in the kitchen.
All right, stay focused. Here we go.
Everybody's excited to come in and see how it looks now and see what's going on with the menu and everything else.
Can I have the portobello mushroom melt? Grilled chicken sandwich.
I know it's like the worst song for RFK. It's so funny that they used it. It was such a good little needle drop moment.
You all will be pleased with the food tonight.
Just for
Thank you.
me. I thought it was awesome.
I need the shrimp cocktail,
I
and then
teared
the
up
salads,
and
and then the
saluted.
entrees. All right. Melissa?
Melissa, listen to me. I want this communication ramped up tonight. You need to connect. The minute you stop talking, we're fucked.
I think Melissa needs to be more assertive and keep everybody under control.
Let's go. Too quiet for me.
She's in her own
As the
world.
restaurant fills up, and customers embrace the new gastropub menu,
Perfect. This is good.
Gordon takes a moment to make a special announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a local legend. Twisted Sisters, yes, Dee Snider. Woohoo! Dee, give it up.
He's riding his motorcycle into this place. What the fuck?
Dee.
And Dee came in through the door on that bike. It was just amazing. Everybody was clapping and cheering and having a great time.
How cool is this, huh? All right, here's the deal. In honor of the grand reopening of Handlebar Restaurant, we're going to be auctioning this bike off. So if you want to bid on this beautiful Harley-Davidson Sportster, you can go to Handlebar Restaurant website and put a bid in there,
That's an insane
and all
deal.
the proceeds will go to the March of Dimes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dee Snider.
With Dee Snider's family and
What a good promo for their restaurant. Damn.
friends now seated
I'm going for the portobello mushroom melt.
in the first fully packed house in over a year,
Pound steak. Fish and chips, please. House salad.
House salad?
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
the kitchen is about to be
Oh
tested.
yeah, there's motorcycles.
The salmon looks black underneath, Melissa.
I don't think it's burnt, honestly.
Pass me the spatula.
I think it's okay.
No way, madam. Yeah?
I got you.
But I'm not serving charcoal shit like that. No.
Hire a
Fucking
chef.
disgusting.
Please hire a
Melissa
chef.
thought she could just take care of everything herself, and she had 2 other cooks and didn't ask for their help.
It's a recook. I'm very sorry, Beth. I hope it is better.
Me too, Missy.
Look a little under.
In her rush to fill orders,
Frickin' salmon.
Melissa starts sacrificing the quality of the food.
This isn't cooked.
Yeah, no.
Look at the middle of that fucking salmon.
Dude, ew. How did you do this?
That salmon looked like what you'd find in a seafood section. Like, it was shiny and it looked cold. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
The salmon we sent came back fucking raw, so we're doing it again for the 3rd time.
Frickin' salmon. Let's do this.
I think Melissa got very flustered back there. Falling apart.
Why are we falling apart?
Do we have any other salmon elsewhere?
She is.
Where is my salmon?
And the frickin' salmon.
Billy, if it's burnt or it's raw again, I'm gonna shove it down somebody's throat.
Everything just kept compounding and compounding to the point where it was a total disaster.
You gotta be kidding me. I'm gonna hang myself. I burnt the shit out of this.
After first overcooking,
No fucking way.
then undercooking the salmon,
Raw.
Melissa hopes the
Joking.
3rd time is the charm.
Phil, but she's got to open up and fucking communicate.
it was
If she doesn't
on
start communicating
fire,
now,
yeah.
we're fucked, yeah?
Yep.
Please, yeah?
She needs to utilize the other 2 cooks that she has in the kitchen.
Yeah,
it's
she's not
not a
talking
one-man
to
show, and it could never work if she thinks it can.
There's no chef.
Honey, let's just get it right this time.
Melissa, use these 2 guys.
I'm trying.
I want to hear it. Open up, communicate, yeah?
You know what? You want to cook that? I know. I got it. Please.
You can just do it.
Thank you. I will take care of the veg.
Good girl.
I didn't realize I can't take care of the line on my own. Salt and pepper, please.
Yeah, I got you
Thank
there.
I didn't really need to
Hire
open
chef.
up and communicate and get things going. Your salmon is coming, honey. I'm very sorry.
Lovely.
Good to go.
Thank you very much, honey.
Gordon's persistence with Melissa appears to finally be paying off.
You give it a thumbs up?
All right, we gotta get this
I'm
together.
not vegetarian. Thanks for the 2 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you so much.
I need 3 herb fries. Right now, at the moment, I understand Chef Ramsay's whole concept is to communicate and keep everything in order. I gotta get it going. As long as I can communicate with the guys next to me, it will get it working properly.
I need to concentrate on Dee's table, yes?
We are doing it now.
Okay.
Take the 2 burgers whenever you can.
Melissa really shocked me tonight where she was able to ask Eric and George, oh, can you do this? Can you get this?
We are doing real well. Let's keep it up.
Very, very good. This is good.
This is amazing.
Lovely. Let's go.
Tonight, we had a couple of really large screw-ups, but in the end, it all worked out.
Hey, great menu, right?
Everybody was
If I use
happy.
a VPN to set my location to Algeria or Turkey or somewhere, does it make gifted subs cheaper? No, it will make them more expensive.
Feel very excited. I feel good. That's
Literally
it.
will, because you're having to
In the
translate the
next
currency
couple
back
of
to
days, the
USD
word
again.
continued to spread throughout Long Island about its first gastropub.
We have a wonderful new menu.
That was the best burger I've ever eaten. I thought it was cooked really well.
Reinvigorated by the new direction and updated menu, Melissa has found her passion again.
1 small Caesar, 1 small house. Chef Ramsay being here has definitely brought new life into my job. Chicken sandwiches up and out, burgers up and out. I do have more passion about it. I want to make sure everything is good. I'm surprised at myself now.
Even the waitstaff has taken it upon themselves to maintain the cleanliness of the restaurant.
Well,
We're going to make a list of what needs to be cleaned every night because we want to keep it clean and we want to make it look like presentable.
And Billy, with renewed hope and determination, is moving forward,
Something to enjoy while they're waiting to take your order.
inspiring everyone to make the Handlebar a success.
Well done. This place is going to be a success, I tell you. Great location, great food, great gastropub.
My wife and myself are very appreciative of what he did. Seemed like there was a black cloud hanging over the Handlebar.
They did
I think
it.
the
They
sun
served-
started to shine
They did a
little bit.
service.
Congratulations on being Long Island's first gastropub. Okay, good night.
Chef Ramsay came to my restaurant, went above and beyond anything I could have possibly asked for, and I know this restaurant's gonna be successful from here on out.
That was tough. Very tough indeed. We made a lot of changes. Changed the menu, changed the decor. But there's one thing in there that I thought was completely unchangeable. And that was Bill. And we even managed that.
Nice. Oh, Berry Bear, thank you for the gifted sub. Well, what happened to them? They should expand. Yeah, they should manage multiple. It closed in 2009. Glass Show, thank you for the Prime. When did this air? It closed before the show came out? It got sold. Oh. They closed a year after. Shortly after the Revisit episode was filmed. So is this before 2009? It says 2010. Oh, that's Ramsey's Kitchen Nightmares. That's different. This episode came out in 2008. Damn. Gordon Ramsay likes the crab cakes. Can we watch this? It's so good.
Tonight, I'm very pleased to welcome a...
Dude, what was up with the quality on this? Were they, like, sabotaging? Was the deep state sabotaging this?
man who has been an incredible champion for so many of these values that we all share, and we've shared them for a long time. I don't think too many of you people have heard of him. He's very low-key. He's a very low-key person, but he's highly respected.
Oh.
He is a great person. I've known him for so long. For the past 16 months, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
The stream is dying. This is crazy. This is official. Nice. There he is. Why does it look like this? The pyrotechnics, bro.
Man, whoa.
Whoa.
And he deserves it. He deserves it.
Bazinga.
Bazinga. Thank you, Barry Bear, for the 400 bits. Is the compression the reason the quality's so bad? The quality's bad for the whole thing.
That got applause like he just got. I must tell you, I don't think...
Like, if it was just the compression, it would just be that part of the video. It's not compression, right? There he goes. RFK Jr. has done 0 things for the American people.
Amazing.
Yeah, he did chainsaw the head of a whale off.
It's true. Don't be rude. Amazing. Soon after I can't even believe I have to say this, nearly assassinated in Pennsylvania last month, Bobby called me to express his best wishes.
See, Bobby called him, and Bobby was really nice to him. And then he's like, okay, Bobby, I'll let you in. I'll let you in my administration. I know you're polling at 2.8%, but this will be huge.
Brian.
Literally, he was at 2.8% when this happened, chat. 2.8%. Let's roll that back. Never even broke 10% this whole time. Tried to be a spoiler for Joe Biden, started to be a spoiler for Donald Trump. killed a bear and left it at Central Park as a funny joke and a prank?
Both Bobby and Joe tried to get in HISDMS wild mamma mia.
Yeah. Big Orange Sheep, thank you for the 300 bids.
R2-D2, you found a cigarette.
Whoa. R2-D2 just found a cigarette. Azzy Peanut, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. He didn't kill the bear, the worm did. Yeah, the worm told him to, at least. Alright, chat. I know it's a little early, but I'm actually going to end it today. I got a bunch of prep to do before Lex gets back, and I have that to do. Thank you so much for watching. Let's see who else is live. If I want to raid anybody. Sorry, chat. I won't be live tomorrow, but I will be live after that. Let's raid J. Marianne. Oh my god, it's not letting me... Okay, whatever. Here. Come on. Listen, chat. Go be nice. Go have fun. Go do the raid. Go do it. Go like and subscribe to Mari. And I will see you guys probably day after tomorrow next time I stream. But we'll see. Anyway, go have fun, chat. Goodbye.